anymore.
I never used to like it. I use it now, I like it.
No, you kind of need it. I am a huge fan.
Here.
Feel better? We feel better.
I work at home.
Yeah, we're waiting for it to load up right now.
That's what I'm banking on.
Ready?
Person friends.
I do. Two people live in Wisconsin.
I don't know, I've tried, but it's
Yeah.
hard to do.
A couple days ago, I started.
It is.
Feeling like.
It just varies.
I was gonna say, did it
Some
move?
people are talking about it.
Right, so I can only hear you, but like, when people talk, you know, just speaking, it's not, I can't hear.
Yeah.
But I think we know from this. I think it's.
All right, I think we're live.
I actually was gonna stop.
All right, welcome everybody to the budget workshop, department budget workshop, 2/11/2023 is 9:08. Sorry about the late start, technical difficulties. All right, I'll hand this over to Mark as our budget leader.
Thank you, Bob. Welcome, everybody. So today we are going to be going over departmental budgets. Town administrator is not able to join us today, as you well know, but she did give us some good supporting information in your packet in the form of memos of meetings that she had with most every department before this meeting, which I think you should keep at your side while we're talking about each department. As we go through, I'm gonna give every select board member a chance, an opportunity to talk about any line items they'd like to in each department. If you propose a change to a line item up or down, or the total department number up or down, you will have to get at least 3 of us, the majority of the board today, to move it forward. And then I will give the public and the departments present an opportunity, of course, to speak as well. I'd like to propose that we start on page 9 with the fire and rescue, unless anybody is opposed to that, where we have, that's the department that we have present. Is that okay with everyone? Yep. Good. Page 9, fire and rescue, department 2200 last year was budgeted at $143,943. Proposed this year for 2024 initial $146,743, up 1.95%. I thought I would go in an order of Bo, Jen, Bob, and Carol, if that's okay. Yeah.
I don't know if she put it in there, did she give you the RCM radio quote?
No.
She has not, and will that be like 20 grand, I'm understanding?
Well, there's, I'll explain it.
Yeah.
I have another thought with it, but.
That's capital.
Yeah.
Here you go. So everybody can hear you.
Oh, you want to look at it, or do you want me to try to explain?
Yeah, you can quickly explain. Can I just say quickly that if this is over $10,000, it will be in the capital discussion, which will be happening on Saturday, February 25th, 9 a.m.
You want to just wait then and go over the down?
I think so,
It's
Ralph.
over 10,000.
We're gonna have to do that same day. We're gonna have to do contributions as well to rec center, library, so on and so forth. So historically, we've done those contributions first and then gone to capital. Does the board have a inclination on whether that order is going to be acceptable?
I would keep it that way. Usually don't have much of a chit chat.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying to you is this is probably better taken up on the capital discussion, if okay?
Sound good?
I do have a quick question. Is this gonna be an annual cost or is it
just?
No, there's a bunch of options there, but we have to do everything in conjunction with Long Island, any changes. So what we're proposing is replacing the repeaters and simply, we have to do that with Long Island, and it will be a one-time cost to replace it. We can go in detail into it
No,
later, but
thank you.
Go right ahead if you have comments or
All right,
suggestions with fire and rescue. Please.
so, I'm looking at, you have the budget in front of you?
if you
All right. So line item 2,000, electricity. Why is it still at 4,000 and the most we've expended was 2,000? Over 2,000 one year.
Vika has a reason for that. I think with the potential heat pumps or something, maybe thinking the electricity was gonna go up. I honestly can't remember.
We did talk about it, I'm sorry, I don't remember why, there was a reason why we didn't change it, because we were looking for areas, obviously we did cuts in areas,
Yeah,
but there was a reason, I just don't recall why. We left that there.
All right,
It
I
has
reckon-
nothing, sorry, it has nothing to do with the, upgrade to,
no purchase, but if we put heat pumps in, we talked about it, maybe the electricity bill will go up.
but wasn't there talk of needing to like upgrade? from
Service.
the
Yeah,
service?
that would be a separate,
So that's not it.
separate thing, yeah.
so I recommend that we bring that line down to 3,000.
Okay,
Are we doing this as motions,
Yeah,
second, that kind of thing?
We don't do
I'm
motion.
just gonna take a consensus
Yeah.
of the select board. Bob, what do you think?
So first I would point out, if in fact it's tied to the heat pump situation, then the heating fuel should be coming down, and it's not. And secondly, those heat pumps won't be installed until at least halfway through the fiscal year. If we wind up going forward with.
I'm good with it, if Vika comes up with
Yeah.
another reason.
Yeah.
No,
So I agree with about 3,000 sounds like right.
What about Jen and Carol? What do you guys think about that 3,000 number?
I just feel like we don't really, I want to know the reason why it's 4,000 and, if it's, under 2 last year and 2.9, and I drop it to 2 if there was. But I want to wait until I find out why it was 4.
Maybe we create a category of things where we make a decision subject to input from Vika, since she's not here. We're gonna have this over and over again.
Yeah.
So I would say what Bo said, but subject to what Vika has for input.
Well, I mean, because this is our, sorry, Mark, this is our first stab at this,
Right.
so we're gonna be adjusting these numbers
Yep.
a couple times probably, so if something does come up.
Yep.
We can always readjust it.
Makes sense.
Carol?
Yeah, I mean, electrical rates are up, so I'd be a little cautious about going down to 2, which is what my initial reaction was too, also, but, I don't have a problem changing it. I think we do need justification from Vika. There's nothing in the notes.
I'll go along with 3 for now, and if she comes back and says, I don't think you should do that, then yeah, just reconsider.
Not to beat a dead horse, but one of the questions, technically, our electricity is coming off those panels. Give or take, net billing and all that kind of thing.
Sure.
Therefore, the rate change shouldn't matter.
You're right, so.
It should be our contract, and our contract didn't change. Say again? Yeah. So, yeah, let's stick with 3 and go from there.
Mark, can you rotate this? Slightly? See people, no effort. Like a giraffe on top of somebody. All right, the other one was, building maintenance. What was the recommendation that it stay at 4,000?
Said
That building maintenance, line item 4,000, it's
Yeah.
at 4,000. We haven't used, the most was, last year for 1,600. Just wondered if there was a plan. Yeah,
There was some equipment that we were gonna buy, there's, what these things are called, that when back the trucks up.
Yeah, so wheel chocks, basically,
Yeah,
on the
it's-
station,
It's a,
so we don't back into the wall.
yeah, it's like a long curve, and the manufacturer couldn't provide them, well, we tried to buy them, they were out of stock, so it's gonna run a little over $2,000 for those devices. So that's why we intended to buy them, but we couldn't, I guess. Availability was a problem. So those are still on the market, and that's why the building maintenance is.
training. We're anticipating more training this year.
Yes.
Are you gonna need $7,000 worth of training? Okay.
Oh, we need more than that.
Yeah, we
All
have,
right.
So with the new EMTs,
we had
that's a
seven,
big thing for amount of hours needed. Main EMS just needed more money, more training, so I don't anticipate it being, it's definitely a lot.
Um, so the communication, it fluctuates quite a bit. Is there a reason for the 75? You're anticipating new radios and stuff like
More
that?
EMTs, more radios, yeah, it's always a battle. I mean, these little minutes are $425 or $35 a piece. And they're not even fixing them now. They just throw away and get it away. So, yeah, the cost is.
All right. That's pretty much it for me.
Okay,
Thank you.
Bob, did you have anything for this division?
Jim, Bob?
Did you have?
Yeah,
I'm
probably
sorry,
couldn't
I'm
do
sorry,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
excuse me, Jim, did you have
No,
anything?
it's fine. Just was, 5,000 is contracted services, that's yarn, right?
No, well, some of it, that's dispatch.
Ah.
Most of it.
And their rates, I assume, is going up.
Yeah, they go up every year. Every 2 years.
Which one was that, Jim?
That is 5,000.
Contractors.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I request that the line item gets, the department, or line item in the department gets named to?
I thought I said 5,000.
Yeah, if you could just give us a number, that'd be helpful, thank
No
you.
worries.
I didn't hear.
And then, so the per diems.
Yep.
Last year was a 3% increase. What's the increase this year?
what line are you on? I'm sorry.
What is
What line are you on in the budget?
I'm just overall, probably wages.
Yeah, probably 10-10.
Well, the per diem, so I think we dropped down to 1 day a week, right?
Yeah, we have a description on the letter that we gave you.
Yep.
There's a description on explanation on the per diem position.
So last year we budgeted for two days a week in the summer, but we couldn't find anybody to work over there. Well, we only find one person to work. This year we do have 2, but we cut it back, so because we have really fees, but we're still gonna have 8 per year.
Okay.
Good?
Yep.
Bob, go ahead.
Item 2020, heating fuel. Again, going back to the conversation about heat pumps, we're raising electricity from an actual in 2021 of 2,100 to 3,000. And we're doing that because we think we might have heat pumps. It would seem that we should be dropping heating fuel as a result of
I'm
that.
gonna hold off on that one. I'm gonna let Vicky answer that because I'm shooting from the hip there. I'm really not sure.
On the other side of the equation, I know
Right.
heating fuel is up. Also been warm winter, so not looking for an answer, but I would propose that we chop heating fuel down to 5,500.
If
Okay,
that's what it is, I
Yeah,
honestly.
subject to Vicus.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't pay that much attention to the
Right.
electricity and fuel as I do the rest of it.
I'm sorry, was that 5,500?
It was, yeah.
Jen, what do you think?
I'm good with it, as once we have input from Vika.
Carol?
Yep.
You've got three. I do care what you think, but.
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
All right, and then the next item, 2041 technology. So this came up earlier, and I dug into Ion a little bit. I'm just wondering, is that somebody we have a long-standing relationship with? Those costs per computer are way out of line for what computers cost. And
Yes,
I'm wondering what is the added value that they bring to the equation?
that whole line, the technology line, I requested, the department needs a new computer. Our membership has requested my office to deal with that. They wanted me to just go out and buy a computer. I went to Vika to work with Vika because some of the records that we have and some of the redundant services as far as the online backups and computer support, it wasn't something that I should just purchase on my own. It really should be integrated, just like if it was a desk computer inside the office, at the town office. So because then we can share all the online backing up. So Vika went and went to the companies that she uses for the actual office computers and tried to mimic the office computers for the new fire department computer.
Understood.
The equipment will be, hardware or the equipment will be a little bit more expensive that you might be able to find if you were to go on the market on your own, but you'll also be giving up some of the support services and the benefits that they provide, and also the shared online resources that the town already utilizes now.
Understood. And with all that, there are several places where we're adding new computers this year, and they're all backed up by the same logic. I'm gonna ask that we take a hard look at that. Backup services are easy to do. Ion's a very small company. Just not sure. I would like to see us at least go out for competitive bidding on whatever services they're providing. But I would also ask that we look hard at, because it's just, backup should be something like $60 a month for the entire town. And a computer should be something like $1,000. So
Okay.
there's extra services there. I would propose we look at it.
Carol, did you have something?
Well, I think we've been working with Ion to answer Bob's question, for a few years to sort of bring the town's computer system onto a network-based system with a cloud backup. And I think that's pretty critical because we have an obligation to do that. So I agree that we sort of have a lot of new technology, but I did ask Vika for the backup for that. I think you got a copy, so you should have a quote from Ion in your email, which explains all the pieces. I guess one thing that I would say on the fire department side, just like the selectmen, I think you need a fire department specific email, because when I was trying to find you, Ralph, I couldn't really figure out what your email was. And the department itself should have something like, fire chief. And so I don't know, I didn't see that in the current quote.
We agree, that's all kind of part of this, but we do agree. We do agree on it. We also want to bring, we look at some of the departments, fire departments, a lot of the documents, like the public documents, are available online. So we would like to, modernize some of the things that we do. Part of that was before we did any of that, we had new computer systems. So, but we're not, the department ourselves, we're not branch specific, so we would follow whatever the town needs or wants us to use.
Okay.
So can you tell me, is an email in there or not? Is that included?
I don't believe so, but we agree with what you said. I don't believe specifically that email is in the Vika question. Other than this number, though, I personally haven't seen the quote that Vika got. Vika did the quoting, I did not. I wasn't involved in the quote for that number. So I did not see it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mike. We talked about Bob possibly taking notes during the meeting. I didn't know if he was in the process of that.
I can do that. Just tell me what kind of, am I trying to transcribe or
Well,
just
I think,
action items?
I think, in my opinion, anybody can chime in. In my opinion, the main thing is to give a draft back to town administrator of any adjustments that we're making on any and all departments specific to line. In other words, so far, we've changed item 2000 from proposed 4,000 to 3,000, and I believe that's it so far. Is that
Change
right?
line item, the heating fuel.
To 55.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, from 65 to 55. So if you think there are other notes needed, go ahead.
I think we should keep track of the questions, because there's gonna be, as I went through without Big being here, there's gonna be questions nobody can answer, so I think if
Oh, I
Bob,
see, yeah.
if Bob has the capacity to do that,
I think both of those, well, it's pretty much all we had questions was the electricity, heating fuel, and technology anyway.
Yeah.
So everything else was,
Sorry to load up on you, Bob.
Indeed.
if you're up to it.
Yeah. You're all set with this department, Bob?
Yep, I can catch up. Yep.
Carol, did you have?
yeah, I had, so I have some questions about the technology, I think we can explore those. Just so I understand, since you guys are here, equipment maintenance, what does that involve? And then this year, looks like we went over budget for this year so far, so like, how did you come up, who came up with 14,000? And are you sure that's gonna work?
The big change, I think, is the cost of like oil and filters is astronomically, it's through the roof. Anybody that has changed oil in a diesel engine, it's, I mean, it's more than double the price of oil. And I mean, we use quite a little bit of oil, to change the engine oil in all the trucks and the transfer cases and transmissions and everything. So I think that's probably the biggest, because we've had no real breakdowns or anything. I mean, a light bulb will burn out or something is really about the only difference.
Do you think 14 is gonna cover
We think so. I mean, it is,
it? Sorry.
we
Carol,
felt
go
comfortable with it.
Then on travel, I mean, in 2023, we budgeted 3,700 and we're up to $234. So can you explain the big, because it looks like, I mean, Vika lowered it to 2,000, but I'm wondering what that covers and what your estimate is, because I mean, even 2,000 seems kind of high.
So that was, travel,
Yeah, we have the actual travel costs.
wasn't that?
And what travel is that?
Anytime you go back and forth on the boat,
So that's personnel travel, fire department personnel travel back and forth.
that's the biggest thing. And I plan on going to the fire academy this year. And the only thing that the town has to supply is why you can fly or drive, and they pay for that. So that would be a one-time cost. Everything else is covered by the government.
for mileage reimbursement.
Mileage reimbursement, or I don't think I'm gonna fly again.
So that number of 2,000, that's really my question, is that, you know, don't take it the wrong way, but is that justified? Did you guys come up with a number?
It's a real number.
Yeah, it's real, it would be through.
Okay,
Was behind it.
and then this new position of service medical director, what is that and what's the requirement? And how did you come up with a stipend of $2,000?
So that's a new thing from me, mandate, kind of sprung on everybody. So we have a medical director, state medical director, a regional medical director. This year, they said you have to have a service medical director. So that person has to oversee all the training and QA, QI and everything. They have to be involved in that. And it's a brand new position. We're literally going through it to figure it out still exactly. But the stipend was kind of a shot from the hip, our best guess of what it would cost. I think it's probably going to be low, but I think we can go with it this year. It all depends on what the involves.
And so that can't come under the administrative job, it has to be a separate position?
Yes, it has to be, Jenny Hackle agreed to do it, she's a PA, has to be a PA or a doctor. You know,
Yeah, that seems low.
well,
If we were to outsource it off the island, we definitely.
it would, but Lida does pretty much everything medical director is doing now. She does the training and she does all the QA, QI, which isn't a huge deal because it's only like 80, 90 calls a year. She have to read them, each run report we do. And then she sends out emails, usually about grammar for some of us, and then patient care, make sure everything is good. But I don't think it's No,
That's-
yeah,
and then is there any medical monitoring for the, volunteers? Any medical monitoring at all that you have to do for our current volunteers?
like health wise?
Yeah.
No,
No, okay.
not yet, maybe in this, any ideas.
And then it's probably embedded in here, but just so I understand, the assistance that we require for, I guess it's really the per diem position, is that, I mean, when we're hiring somebody to supplement our volunteers, where is that showing up in this budget? Is it under,
Wages.
under wages, but on this sheet that you gave, or somebody gave us here, we have our, EMT training coverage, we have per diem position, so the per diem position of 5,700, does that cover the person we're bringing into the town?
Yes,
And that's, so it's 1 day just for 9 weeks?
busy time of year.
And then the last thing, which isn't really a financial question, but it is, so Vika makes a note in her comments that she's been asking for job descriptions of the fire chief and the EMT. So what's the status of that?
We're working on it.
We have job descriptions. We've always had job
Yeah,
descriptions.
always She
That's,
wants it more detailed.
right, that's one of the other examples of upgrading other departments. Those job descriptions are public information and it's readily available online to the public that can click on them and get the definitions. We're working towards that.
So when do you think you can get those to Vika?
So, do it, yeah. Couple weeks, I mean, yeah.
Okay,
Should be able to do it.
so I think we should make it a goal to get it to Vika by March 1st, just so that we can, get that one checked off, because it sounds like it's been outstanding for a while. And I understand it might be a work in progress, but once you get set up on your network system, then you can post those up there.
Okay.
All that. Thank you.
Quick update, just so I can catch up, Carol. I got your questions, starting with a question with the medical director. Do you have them written in such a way that you can tell me better than you asked before that?
No, but I mean,
Okay.
I'm fine. I
Right.
didn't make any changes to the money, and the medical director one, I was just looking for information. So I'm good.
Good.
Any questions from the public on fire rescue? Thank you. I have a couple logistical questions, if I may. Ralph, I think you are a advanced EMT, is that accurate? Do we have any on-island paramedic at all anymore? No, okay,
Ryan Phipps is the only other advance.
yeah. So when you try to bring individuals over to cover the per diem stuff, ideally, you'd like a paramedic, but you probably
Right.
take who you get, right? So how it works?
Yeah, so like I said, we tried to get 2 people over here last year, and we couldn't. It's a shortage, I mean, there's this many EMTs and this many jobs out there. Yeah, we're all thankful for the same people, and not everybody wants to come over big every day for it. I mean, it is nice, I think the last guy we had, Zach, he works in Bolton with us, and he really liked it, he's a good fit.
Yeah.
And he now wants to get married out here, maybe he'll move out here.
Yeah.
You know, but it's difficult to get anybody to work anyway. The price is going up. I mean, we're paying $25 an hour. That was great last year, but now price is going up.
Yeah.
It's tough to get.
Okay, and I think Matthew was one of these people, but you have some new EMTs, how many?
Yeah, just 6 or 7, yeah.
70
Yeah.
minutes.
Okay,
And the training component, by the way, is just manna from heaven for us, because everybody's fresh and trying to get their heads around what's going on. It's deeply appreciated.
okay,
So the per diem also, there's things we have to do. We have to check the ambulance. We have to check the medication and everything. So the per diem takes care of that. And they also check the trucks. So they come over. You'll see him driving around the island from down the middle of lunch and everything. But he does have whoever's working, they have to do that.
Yeah.
And that takes a load, especially in the summer off. The EMTs that
Yeah.
are,
and I won't waste too much more time for everybody, but do you now have shifts now that you have more EMTs, or is it just everybody's on when they're?
we have a Google Calendar and people sign up.
Gotcha.
We don't have enough people. Back 25, 30 years ago, we had shifts, and the people that were on the island almost all the time. And we just don't have that, Matt, he's rushing to get home at 6:30 boat. But, he can do the nights sometimes. It's a moving time. It's a lot of work.
It's been really good though. I mean, historically, that calendar has been a little empty before everybody got to the program. And now consistently we try to have one senior and one junior signed up at all times so that we know we have coverage. And that's been happening pretty consistently. So it's a big turnaround in terms of coverage.
So just to touch on it quickly before we move on, is before we got these EMTs, we had some concerns and came up with a plan of if there's no EMT on the island, and we have a protocol for that. And I actually put it in 3-ring binders and we put them in all the trucks. So if there's no EMT shows up, we can't touch the ambulance. Firefighter can't take that and go against the wall. We'll lose our license, literally. So our backup plan is call Yarmouth, call Lifeline, call Long Island, and Portland will be the last resort. So now we really don't worry about that too much. We have to struggle to keep that count of all the blocks full, but
there's
that's
buy-in.
the point we were at. We were afraid, a lot of times, obviously only one on the island for EMS. Now, if something happens to me or my wife, daughter, or something, I have to take off. Everybody else is on the clock. So it's a struggle, but it's working out. And that's what we need to be thinking about, these EMPs. Matt's the youngest one. We got some
40 years of age.
yeah, this isn't a 15, 20-year fix. So hopefully we'll get more EMTs as time goes on, but we have to be thinking in the future that, these per diems, at some point, we're gonna have to be hiring per diems on a more regular basis. And that's gonna be, where we have to come up with the housing, which we're talking about, and that's gonna be real money. $25 an hour, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. You're looking at double the budget just to put one EMT on that. So that's what we're trying to hold off on, but obviously, but those are things we have to be working through.
Yep, thank you. Go ahead.
Do you have another plan to have another round of EMT classes going on? You trying for
So it
another?
took me almost 2 years to get an instructor. He taught the class, now he's moved. Now we have no instructor. So it would be sending people to SMC to take the class. Many of us have made it hard in classes. It used to be really easy. I could just almost make a phone call and pick the date, and then we'd have an instructor. It wasn't a big deal. It's just, many of us is not making anything easier for us. And it's a complaint across the state. A lot of EMTs, chiefs, and everything. Medical directors, just another, they just throw it out there and say, figure it out. There's no funding or help. I used to be able to call me EMS and say, hey, we need a class this winter. And now they say, yeah, we don't do that. So, yeah, we'd like to have more people taking class.
I know.
Go ahead.
I know last year there was a big talk about stipend.
Yep.
I wonder if that was, if you had a system, there wasn't any
I am
system in
so
place.
glad
or anything
Steve
like
is
that.
here to explain this.
Alright.
This was probably the biggest undertaking we've done all year.
Yeah, I would say it was a success this year, because I had extensive conversation on it. And then, there's definitely human resource, issues with it too, so chief is involved extensively in it, but we created a really nice, method, to, properly, based on merit, we look at the overall, duty time that the person gives, but it's just not, when it comes to the stipend aspect, it's not just the duty time, it's also the volunteer time and the training time that a person gives. So when you're looking at the charts for the stipend, it just starts to go wild, because when we incorporate all the volunteer and the training times, we add those into the duty times, and then we create a percentage to pay out the stipend. So it's really a merit-based, stipend system. So that's
That's the simple side of it.
yeah, that's an easy way to say it, but but it worked out really well, and we felt comfortable, this year, and Deacon was satisfied that we were actually, she could see on a chart how the stipends are being paid out and how it's justifiable based on merit.
That's good, because the past few years, there was nothing, so it's kind of,
Willy-nilly, right?
Yeah.
It's not like that anymore.
thank you.
Go ahead.
Just one question on the coverage calendar, who maintains that and who pays attention to that?
All of us. It's a
But I mean,
group.
is someone assigned a responsibility to be aware of what the gaps are?
Well, Beth Putnam, pretty much, she's the captain, so she's a lieutenant, actually. So she pretty much is taking that role.
Any more questions or comments for fire and rescue?
One last
Go
question.
ahead.
How do you feel about the budget?
It's,
Honestly,
there's no wiggle room, but if everything goes right, it will work. I've always, talking with other chiefs and many other departments, there's always a little cushion in there because, we have something come up like a repeater breaks that we didn't expect. That blows our radio budget right there, and there's no way to really absorb it. So that, I'm always concerned about that, but we make it work.
Thank you. Thank you guys for coming in and your work with the town administrator and your ongoing support for the community.
thank you very much.
I'd like to go back and start on page 1. Sorry,
What if we go back to capital? Could we jump?
back for what?
I mean, so
Could we
I
jump to that capital side?
I was just gonna mention that the capital budget is the 25th, and it would be good if you're there for that too.
Yes,
Okay, that's all.
let me,
And we will have at least this, Ralph, if not something else.
Yeah,
that, for the radio, that will be it. I can explain everything.
Yeah, that probably just came in because
Okay. So that will be February 25th. We'll start the meeting at 9, but we'll probably go through the contribution requests from, Rex and the library, so on and so forth, and then go to capital after that. So I can't really say for sure when capital will start. I would say 10:30 maybe.
And if you want to, between now and then, if anybody wants to ask about that, it's, it's important, I think that after talking with RCM, the company, and Long Island, which they have to do whatever we do, vice versa. So if anybody has any questions, ask me between now and then, that's fine. I don't want everybody to understand it. I mean, it is a lot of money, but we're not asking for the battery system at this time. We figured we could spread that out, but I can explain all that.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, let's go back to page 1. Department 1300, Administration and Board of Selectmen, Select Board, excuse me. Last year, on page 2, if you look at the total was budgeted 2023 at $263,616.61. Proposed for 2024 initial, $269,020, up 2.05%.
Well, you're up. All right. Let's, well, it's kind of speaking question. Wendy?
Can I say one more thing before you get going?
Yeah.
I think maybe today, maybe not today, I think we should probably be prepared to think about our position on the request of cost of living adjustments, which is now proposed at 5%. Thank you, go ahead.
So one of the questions, 2041 technology, proposed to replace 3 computers, provide the BOS emails. The past few years I've been advocating for people to get computers. So it'll eliminate paper waste, you know, give us access to any agendas, anything we need to as far as during the meeting. Also, the freedom of access, if that should arise, we just hand over our computer instead of handing over our personal computers. And then we always have a computer for Zoom meetings. And it would all our stuff would be accessed through the cloud and all of this stuff. All be under the same technology network.
But can I ask you, does this really mean that all 5 people are getting a laptop?
No,
No.
Oh, for us?
No, this
Sounds
isn't
like-
for us.
No,
Oh,
that's
sounds
what
like-
I'm asking.
so you're saying you
okay.
want to add that.
Yes, I would like to add, so I don't know what the one-time fee,
So there's a technology quote that she sent us. Did you see it?
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know what the exact number would be. It'd be something we can do the research on.
Bob and then Carol?
Okay, so I'm a former IT guy. I used to buy $5 million a year worth of laptops, so I've got some background in it. And ran email and all that kind of stuff for the corporation. If we have our own email addresses and our own computers, we are still going to receive emails from constituents to every email address we've ever had. And those are all subject to FOA as well. So the thought that having our own email or having our own computer is going to keep us from having to not give up our computer, but give a copy of our computer to an FOA search, it's just not going to happen. I think it's superficially attractive to say that having our own email would have some benefits. And I think it would have some benefits, but it's not going to keep people from sending an email to mark.dyer@shadig.net or Janet the Boatyard or whatever. That's going to keep happening. So kind of disavow yourself of the notion that we're going to get away from hassles. And I personally don't want another computer. I'm happy to help people with their computers, but the last thing I want is another computer or frankly another email address, because it's not going to keep people from sending stuff to my old bob324@shadig.net, which has been dead for 10 years. I still get people trying to email me at that. So just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Carol.
So I guess I've had a few conversations this week about this. So we have a network system that's backed up on the cloud. So our emails are backed up on that system. We don't need a physical computer. So if we had a FOIA request, the network provider, which is ION, could access that. So that is an advantage, I think, for everything, to have it all backed up and in one place. And I think we maybe need some best practices on how to manage information and correspondence, because I'm concerned about some of the things we've been hearing relative to, example, code enforcement and stuff. On the email thing, I talked to a couple other municipalities. The way this is set up, we have a monthly charge per person per email. My suggestion is, as several other communities have done, I think including Long Island, we just have a Selectmen email address that can get distributed to us. And that is cheaper. It also makes sure that we all get the same information. And there are a number of communities who have just the single address on the website. The advantage of having sort of a function-specific email is when personnel change, it's not jen@selectmenemail.shabig or whatever. It's, we don't have to keep changing the address. It's always the same. And so and it's also clear that it's an official email address. So that I would recommend, instead of 5 individual emails, we go with one. The instructions on most of the community websites are, if you have a question or want some information, submit it that way. Lots of times it might ultimately be the town administrator that's going to be tasked with responding, but it assures that we're working as a unit as opposed to individually. that is not, as Bob said, that's not gonna stop people from emailing us directly, but at least if our official email address is that, it's cheaper and I think it's more unified. So that's my recommendation. And I mentioned that to Vika. So I think that would save not so much money initially, but in the long run, because otherwise we gotta pay for each address. And I think, yeah, I think what we need is sort of to Bob's point at some point is a technology plan. It doesn't have to be particularly involved, but we really should be looking at information management in general. And there was one, because my husband wrote it, many years ago, but I also think this relates to how accessible information is to the public and whether or not we're scanning all our documents so they're available virtually so that it's very easy to provide information, because I think we have a kind of messed up system at the moment. So I think I did ask Vika and she hasn't provided it. I'm assuming that these computers need to be replaced if they're old enough, so I'm gonna kind of go with that. So my only recommendation is that we reduce it to a single email. It's a little bit hard for me to tell what that cost savings is. I think it's the annual cost savings that would be reduced, not the initial cost savings. But the quote that I got from Vika, like you guys, has been annotated, so it's, I can't quite tell. I'm not sure I can make, make the suggestion that we do it that way, but I can't tell you exactly what the cost savings would be.
Annual cost would be per,
It's per email right now, per email, I mean, the quote that we received is per email per month. I think of $12 per email. Is that, I think that's what it is. Without Vika here, I can't really tell you.
so can I go back to Bob?
Yep.
So you have a suggestion of, I guess maybe we have a suggestion of anything less than the proposed $30,236.
My only biggest push for it is the paper waste. I got a file cabinet at home full of papers that I'm never gonna use again. I'm gonna be out in June, so stuck with a bunch of paperwork that,
So are you,
so my thoughts are just to get rid of the big paper waste.
well, that's these,
Yeah,
so we don't,
to get rid of all that, we would have a computer sitting in front of us that we have access to all that information, whether it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and we have it in front of us. So that was my initial thought about us getting a computer.
Okay, so without being insensitive to your comment, can we keep it kind of to whether you're recommending a change yet to the line item?
I'm not recommending a change yet. I'd like to see if Vika would look into it and see how much it would cost. And I know Bob doesn't want another computer, but it would be there to be offered to whoever select board wants to have a computer.
Okay. So, Carol, go ahead.
All right, moving on.
well, so on this line item, the thing that I would recommend is that I'm gonna suggest we have a single email for the selectmen and reduce the cost appropriately. She has on here $732 to have emails. I guess that's per year, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's an
I think we should
annual
stick
cost.
with Bo's stuff and then come back to Carol's suggestion though.
Well, Mark just called on
Oh. I
it,
didn't-
right?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you just ask me?
Yeah, I don't care. I just I'd like to come to a conclusion of
Yeah.
whether we're going to propose a different number for today.
So my proposal is that we reduce it to one email and adjust the cost. I can't tell from this information
Right,
how much lower that is.
okay. So you just want a note sent back to the town administrator asking for that.
Well, I'd like to know what the board thinks so that we can decide whether we want to do that.
I'm fine asking the town administrator to try to identify, simplifying the costs, streamlining the costs down to one email that includes all of us. select board member and see what that number might do to the existing number. Is that fair for now? I realize you're asking for another bigger discussion possibly.
I understand that, and I agree with that. The only thing is we're gonna have to update our communication policy or ordinance, and make it more clear as far as how we respond to the email and stuff.
Good point.
Did you have, I'm sorry, you okay? to
I have
keep
no,
going?
yeah. Item, 3160 miscellaneous expenses. I mean, 2021, we spent $100, 22, 3,500.
Yeah.
And 23, we budgeted 56. And we used 52 of it, and now next year, we're recommending 450. So I don't know.
Going in the right direction.
I don't know, I know, but
I had the same question.
Yeah,
I'm
me
just
too.
wondering why the decrease, and I didn't see it in her notes, so, I guess that's a big question.
I asked her at one point, and I think I asked Marjorie before her, or maybe Scott, Poyer, although I don't believe he participated in the budget session, now that I think of it, but I think the answer that I got is they now redirected it towards the appropriate line items instead of just miscellaneous, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Moving on to publications, 3240. Didn't we have, I know we haven't had anything in there. Weren't we gonna try to do a publication for the town meeting? I know we haven't done it in a few years.
You mean town report?
Is it under town report or
There is no town report. I think that is publication.
that we had like,
Right.
the warrants were all on there. We had notes from everybody, select board, something like that. So.
We've been sporadic with it, I guess, is a good way to,
It's a lot of work.
yeah.
So, okay. Interesting in doing that or no?
So I'm not clear. Can I respond to Bo's question in the discussion, or should I wait till I'm online? Okay.
So,
I think having at least a budget mailing of some type would be good,
mhm.
but $35 doesn't seem like enough. I don't even know what $35 could cover. I mean, that's nothing.
Yeah,
So my thing, I would agree that having some kind of publication prior to the budget, I don't think we can go, I'm not sure we can go as far as a whole town report, but at least sort of like, here we are. This is what we're proposing for this year, and, kind of some justifications for a few things, but I don't know what the cost for that would be.
I agree, the budget is really important to make sure that people get that. And I'm wondering, right above it, if printing might take care of some of that writing.
Maybe, I don't know what the difference is. Maybe that's like, public notices in the newspaper or something. I don't know.
All right, and that was it. I didn't really have anything.
Okay? Jen?
And I hit on all the ones that I was confused, concerned about. I wondered about are we doing a lot more driving around lately?
Yeah.
What number again?
2010 gasoline. Just didn't know why that had to be so high and why all of a sudden this year we're way up there.
It
I
could be
know,
just the cost of gallon, right?
Yeah, so I asked Vika about the town vehicles that blended into public works, which doesn't have anything to do with it.
Mm.
But her answer was the code officer, sometimes harbor master, sometimes assessor are all using vehicles a little bit more, especially code officer, I guess.
That makes sense.
And so if they're burning more gas and the price is up.
And I
The
know,
answer I got.
and I know that, it's better for it to get used than to just sit there.
Yeah.
The car.
I did encourage her to take a glance at electric vehicle programs in the near future because they're probably available.
And then I of course had questions about 3160 as well. What the heck was going on there? Because I was going off of last year's final budget report that I had. And in 2022, year to date on last year said $8,396.42.
On miscellaneous,
Yep.
so that number doesn't reflect 22.
Well, they
Right.
probably got reclassified.
But I was gonna say that's probably because things got moved around to where they're supposed to be, I guess. As far as increasing the travel and the rental equipment. And then I just had a question on, who's the contract services? What does that cover? 5,000.
And I asked her that in my email just a second. Because I did ask her that. And I think
I'm
she
sorry,
said,
I meant to.
well, I can't remember myself, and she responded. I think it's,
Just contract services.
yeah. She told us what that was.
It's just one of those every year you get a kind of.
It's not the auditor. I'll look that up, because she did tell us.
Well, if I may, Jen, she is proposing pretty much the average over those 21 and 22. I'm not saying it's accurate, but I think it will be about the average.
I was just wanting to know what specifically, I didn't have a problem with the number, I just wanted to know what it covered.
Gotcha.
But that's all I
I think it's contract maintenance of the printer and the copying machine. Copying machine. I believe so. Very complicated looking machine to me.
It's usually a maintenance
Jen, did you have more points on for,
had. I didn't.
do you have anything?
I do. Bank fees, 1,300. We had budgeted 500 for 2023. I'm just wondering why we be budgeting for bank fees. I know we had an issue with a credit card payment that wasn't getting made at some point. But that's not something you budget for. Are there other, what bank fees are we subject to?
Which bank?
No, what bank fees? Why are we paying bank fees?
I don't know. We're dealing with Machias Savings, and I don't know what their policy would be.
I've got a long list of capital Vika in here for her address.
Okay.
And in terms then of 2041 technology. Again, having read that document regarding ION's services, I'm just really in the dark. That's an amount of money where we should have more than one quote. I understand the value of a long-term relationship, but if we established a relationship 5 years ago, in the world of technology, it's kind of time for a refresh of that relationship, as opposed to just assuming same old, on and on. And then the last comment I would have, at some point, computers can be considered a capital item. The usable lifetime of a desktop PC should be at least 5 years. Laptop should be at least 3 years. Capital items are often considered to be longer than that, 5 to 7 years, but there might be a strategy for capitalizing the cost of PCs. You can also expense them, you can go either way with it, but I'm just really a little nervous about this large increase in expenditure without better understanding what's going on. So I'm gonna ask for I'm gonna actually, I probably shouldn't do it here, but I'd like to make a motion at some point that a couple of us sit down with Vika and talk about technology and communication in detail.
Yeah.
To include things like, how do we get access to all of our information online instead of killing trees like we're killing them? all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so you're not proposing a change to 2041 today? The number? Or are you?
No, I'm not. I'm proposing that we ask for a more detailed explanation.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. What about the rest of you?
Sorry.
Are the rest of you okay with making that request of our town administrator?
What's the request?
Can you say that one more time, Bob?
Technology, we need a more detailed explanation, and we need to consider a refresh of our technology policy and practices, given that we've been in the same company for about 5 years. And I propose that a couple of people from the board who are interested sit down with the town administrator and work through issues of technology and communication.
Carol?
I think that's a good objective. I don't think that's practical to try to complete before the budget, in this budget season. So I think we maybe need more information in a form that we can understand what the one-time costs are versus the ongoing costs, because some of these are subscription fees, and from the quote, it's hard to tell. So I think that would be helpful for our budget, not to jump on your thing, Bob. I then think there should be a separate initiative. It's not part of this, not required to be completed for this budget season, to do an inventory of our current technology. To kind of, develop a plan for replacement. That's normally you don't want to replace them all at once. You want to do it in a graduated fashion. And then the other thing would be to really explore information management, because we're not doing a great job, as we know from the Gallagher's complaint and others. So I think that's a big item. I don't think we can do it as part of the budget. So my thinking is, that's kind of something we should defer for a fiscal year 24 initiative.
I would agree with that.
Makes sense to me.
Go ahead, Bob.
And then under printing, 2022, we spent 2,100. We budgeted 1,800 year to date. We spent 850, which is about half of 1,800. So we're proposing 1,800 again. I'm okay with that number. I would like to ask that when we print if we print something as sophisticated as the town document that we used to print with the fancy cover and the binding and all that we don't print one for every resident, but rather that we print a smaller number of them, make them available at the town office for people who want them, and then do a better job of making the online information more readable, more user-friendly, so that we're not, again, I got one of those in the mail several years ago. I thumbed through it quickly, but I kept looking at my computer to see what I needed to see for town meeting. So
Okay,
no suggestion to change it, but just a note that we don't need to print something for everybody all the time.
okay. Did you have any other items?
I did not. That's that one.
Carol?
So as we discussed, when Bo brought it up, I think we should look at streamlining the email and adjusting technology line 2041 to reflect that. And as Bob mentioned, I think we need more detail on the breakout of the technology from one-time cost to ongoing costs, just so we can fully understand what's, what we're committing to. And then on the website increase, I agreed with Rita's justification to sort of go that route for now. It's a pretty big increase, but I think that should be evaluated as part of this whole technology picture. Then I think I was the same on miscellaneous expenses. The janitorial cost, I guess that must be just supplies, right? That's not, so like, where does it show up when somebody cleans the town office?
Right now, our transfer station attendant is also the janitor. I was talking to know that. I don't know if that cost that you're looking at includes wage time for
Okay.
cleaning or not.
So it's in wages. Okay. And this again is more of a question on line 3250. We have a registry of deeds suggestion of 500, but I also noticed that there's a registry of deeds charge under the assessor. So I'm a little confused as to why they're appearing in two different places, and there's probably a good explanation, but that's just a question. And then the other unknown on the next page under audit, you guys know better than I do. So 2021 was 8,000, 2022, we didn't have it. This year, we're doing a double audit, right? So I'm a little concerned that we estimated the same cost as a double audit for 2024, when I understand we'll be caught up. So I would suggest we lower that line to $10,000 at this point, and then have Vicky come back and I guess that's the process that I should recommend. So my recommendation is we change that line to 10,000 and see where it goes.
Okay, Bo, what do you think?
I'd be fine with that unless there's a reason.
Bob?
I'm fine with that unless there's a reason. I would add that in a recent select board meeting, that question was asked of Vika, and she tried to explain how we weren't doing an audit every year, but we were getting billed every year, but I'd like to know more about that.
Jen?
I just remember her saying that the auditor did significantly go up. So more information.
So, I guess what I'm really asking is, are you guys okay with the proposed change for so far today?
Yes.
From 18 down to 10?
Yes.
Yes.
Jen?
I'd rather wait.
Yeah, and that's really, I don't know what the best process is here, if we get more information or we change it and then get more information. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, her not being here puts a little hiccup in our
Yeah.
information gathering, so,
I would love to decrease most anything we can, quite frankly, but this one's a little bit tricky. And I know that Marjorie had a lot of experience financially and some auditing experience. And when she was with us, she ended up saving a lot of auditing firm time.
Right.
Because her preparation and her presentation to the auditors was very complete. We don't have that level of experience now. And last year, and even part of the year before, we struggled to even keep a firm because some firms got out of the business, at least with small municipalities. So not comfortable changing it myself today.
Okay,
I would like to hear more information on it.
but the other thing that I'm confused about, that you guys can probably answer, is she said the town and the school split the audit cost. Is that right? Which I don't understand why we do that, frankly.
Yeah, that confuses me too. Karen.
I don't think that's a good practice.
so, Mark, unless,
I'm
right
fine.
now
with-
we got 3, so to decrease to 10, so.
Okay,
I don't care either way, whatever you guys think is practical, but this is
So
a
you're the
question.
splitting vote right now.
Well,
right now it's 3, I do think we should lower it to 10, we may have to bring her right
yeah,
back up.
let's lower it and then we'll be sure to get some
Got
response.
that, Bob?
Yep.
Thank you.
Great.
Carol, you got more
Nope, that's it.
questions from?
What, as I'm listening and hearing your guessing about where things might have been classified or assumptions around things being classified. Typically in business, we would get information about where the reclassifications happened, when they happened, and auditors would also get that. And the taxpayers also need it. So this is something that would be essential to really going through the budget, whether Vika was here or not.
Thank you, Pam. And I agree with that. But we don't have her here and we don't have the level of expertise with this auditing with our office.
Well, reclassifications are just an accounting procedure. It's not even a policy, it's just an accounting procedure, it's generally accepted accounting procedures. And having a list of when it was reclassified, why it was reclassified, and the exact amounts, so that you can go back and forth with previous years or even previous quarters.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to, I don't disagree. I think one challenge we have is that we literally could not even get an auditing firm last year. So now we don't even have a previous year's audit yet. I think it's almost done. But I think some of that information would be contained in that. But like many small municipalities, you know, people have had trouble getting firms to audit the municipal finances. So I'm hoping, so we're doing both fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 right now. So we're 2 years in arrears. And, you know, once we get back on track, I think we will probably have that information.
We have a bookkeeper now, right?
Yeah.
So this is something a bookkeeper typically would run. They would just, it's a feature that's right in the software.
No, I understand what you're saying. It has nothing to do with auditing.
Well, it helps in auditing
Yeah,
because
yeah.
then you
No,
don't
no,
get the
yeah.
back and forth, well, why was this reclassified? Or where did this? money
Just
go?
saying it's not in auditing, it's more or less it's done before.
I think it has to be provided for an audit.
Point well
It does.
taken.
But yeah.
Thank you, Pam. More from you, Carol?
Nope.
Okay, I don't have too much more. I was gonna touch on the auditing, but we certainly have it at this point. I was gonna touch on the technology, but we certainly have at this point. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and say that the recommendation for a cost of living adjustment from the town administrator is 5%. I'm not going to be willing to back that percentage myself. I could probably be talked into backing up to 3%. 5% across the board, if you go through our wages, is going to affect our budget with just that request to the tune of almost $20,000. And then, as you may or may not know, I'm sure you do, when you raise wages and salaries, there are increases in withholding FICA, there's increases in possible contributions to retirement account, there's increases in workman's comp, which is probably calculated still at about 75% of someone's wages, and overtime. So there are hidden costs to remember, in my opinion, when you raise wages and salaries. So I'm just saying my position would probably be to agree to up to 3%. Go ahead.
So when we started this, you mentioned that you were, you know, you had some questions about the COLA increase, which applies to presumably all the departments equally. So how do you guys, this is a process question, how do you guys deal with the COLA, you know, with the wage adjustment for the entire set of town employees? And then the second question I had, which Vika did provide backup on, is this other line item, which we'll come to, which seems to be a bonus kind of approach, and has that been ongoing for a while? So how do you deal with, as a group, the cost of living increase, and how does that relate to, example, what the school does? I mean, we try to hit the same number. So that's my question, having never done this before.
Per department?
Well, yeah, is it by department? I mean, I assume if you have a cost of living wage, you know, increase, it's gonna be the same for every department. You're not gonna do it differentially.
That's what she's proposing.
Do you do it differently by department sometimes?
You may be, if I may, you may be asking the wrong individual. I'm not a huge fan of cost of living adjustments. I'm more of a merit-based individual, but that's just me. I realize that that may not be reality in some places of the world these days. I do expect from our town administrator in executive session to see results of employment performance reviews. I think that we should expect that, and I think we should give the same, I think we will be, to our town administrator. But historically, what's been happening is if there's a 3% increase across the board, and realizing that the town administrator position at least is a different type of position, meaning it's a contract position right now for 2 years that we negotiate with the town administrator, that would still apply to that position, in my opinion. I may be wrong on that, but I think I'm correct. Does that answer your question?
I guess it does, but I'm So there seems to be a bonus system also, and I didn't know if that's something, and we can talk about it when we get there, but the whole compensation part, I just was wondering how you address that, and I would love to see a list of employees and understand how they're being compensated, because it's hard to know when it's all lumped together there. So for example, we have a code enforcement officer and assessor, which are actually employees, if I understand correctly. And then, I didn't know, for example, the town administrator contract was a contract position for 2 years. So,
It is
Hi.
presently, yeah.
and all those other ones are 1 year,
Their contract as well.
for 1 year.
One-year appointments. In other words, annually, the Board of Selectmen appoints or reappoints, if you will, the fire chief, code officer, tax assessor. No, I don't know, some of that is just a formality that we're going through. But they are paid as employees, but they're still appointed by us.
So
And
there's employee ongoing, there's contract employee for X years, and then there's a third category of appointed, or is that concluded as part of the contract? That's the question.
I don't know if I can accurately answer that, I'm sorry. It has to do with how the Maine State Department of Labor categorizes work.
And not to jump on Carol's question, but when do those contracts, do they all expire at one time? Or is it by position that they expire? When do we deal with that?
Well, like I said, annually, we have a list every year of who we reappoint for certain positions in the town.
That's right after town.
So the only one that we have a contract with that I know of is the TA.
Town administrator is a
Specific
negotiated
contract signed
contract.
by the board of selectmen. The rest of them got hired by the town administrator. And yearly appointed to their position.
Yearly.
so they have a
So-
job description, not a contract? Is that-
Correct.
That's right.
So like the
So the
code
town-
officer, the town assessor has a job description, they even have a budget, but they're appointed by the board of selectmen every year based on the TA, because it's come to a few times, we've asked the TA, if she's had any issues with the people that we're gonna appoint. And then based on her response or review, which we haven't had, we make an appointment.
So those contract positions have a job description, and the town administrator is responsible for reviewing the performance for those positions.
That's right.
But I noticed in the bonus allocation, those were just non-contract positions. In other words, the bonuses that went out were to town employees that were not contract-related employees. They were just, I don't know what you want to call them, regular employees. Whereas the assessor, code enforcement officer, did not get,
Because they're appointed positions. They're not contracted positions, they're appointed.
And I'm
So it's a
not that.
little different.
yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand,
I
because this is my
understand.
first budget session, and I guess, I would love to see a list of employees that, just says what they are, what their job function is, and a job, it would be nice to even know what the job description is, and then, how they're classified, because I was assuming, so to me, the COLA adjustment, the way I would read it is this group of people would be subject to a COLA adjustment period, and not necessarily the larger group. I don't,
No, I think you're right. I'll use another position without wasting too much time quickly. I don't believe the COLA adjustment would apply to the fire chief position.
right.
So I think we do need to be clear about what that would, I'm just saying myself, philosophically,
Yeah, I get it.
I'm not going to be able to agree to anything higher than 3%. It's just me.
So are you suggesting we change it now? Because it,
I'm giving you my position. You don't have to change it because of me. We need the majority of this board to change anything. you all can make up your own minds. I'm still going to expect/insist that we see from our town administrator the results of performance reviews in executive session for our own use or not. Go ahead.
Can I ask just an informational question? This other line item, and maybe you should tell me to wait till we get there, but this other line item, which I understand is bonus payouts. Should I wait till we get there to discuss that? Just because I want to understand the relationship between, they're all, you know, paid to employees.
Wait, what line item is that?
That's the other thing. It's weird that it shows up in a different place. to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It should be, you know,
Probably under, contributions.
no,
yeah, it's in a weird, actually, when you say that.
I'm sorry. I
Well, let's
forgot
catch it
where-
when we get there.
Why don't we deal with it when we get there?
Yeah.
And can I read back what I recorded for this conversation? So starting with item number 16 in this section. One of us does not support 5% across the board, we support up to 3%, maybe. Remember that any increase affects not only the wage, but also all the other employment costs, insurances, et cetera. Next topic, question, how do we deal with COLA across departments, town versus school, et cetera? Discussion of merit versus COLA, need for employee reviews, recap by TA in executive session. Employee versus contract versus appointment employee, bonus system, question mark. Need for list of employees and their compensation. Annotated as to who is contract, who is appointed, and who is employee. And then after that, and after we have that executive session, then we should revisit the COLA discussion. That's it?
I don't have anything else with this. No more questions from you for administration?
One.
Go ahead.
The performance reviews, when are they conducted? Are they conducted before town meeting or after town meeting or in some other schedule?
I would expect that they will be done before town meeting, my opinion.
So there's not a regular schedule for it.
Well, again, our present town administrator is, still progressing in her position, in my opinion, and I believe she's on board to get these going on a consistent basis. So historically, they've been sporadic at best. Okay,
So I have a recommendation for the board that the accounting firm feedback, if not the final results of the audit, needs to be in place before a good portion of the review can actually be done. Because without those audit results, you don't know how the accounting is going. You don't know how the town administrator is actually administering the finances. You don't know how the bookkeeper's doing.
thank you for that point. Go ahead.
I could be wrong, but I think Vika completed the performance reviews in December. Because I remember she was pretty tied up with that. So to your point, she conducts the performance reviews of the employees, then the board does the performance review of the town administrator.
And we also hear the results of her
Of her
performance
performance review.
reviews, in
So
my
I,
opinion.
so I do think that they have been done. But I also think that it is correct that in the past, it's been pretty sketchy or, you know, erratic. So I think the goal of the board and the town administrators to make them more regular. So I think, you know, we expect to see the audit shortly, so certainly appreciate that comment.
Thank you, Pam. We okay to move on from administration?
Then I have something.
Sorry, go ahead. Jim.
No, it's okay. Move on. Let's keep going.
You okay?
Yep.
Page 3, Department 1400, assessor. Last year budgeted at $14,050. This year proposed $14,650. Increases would be 5% proposed, COLA. Go ahead, Bob.
Just wondering about the assessing maps. If there's a plan to get those completed, and if that's gonna be an annual cost.
I don't know anything about it.
Say again?
The assessing maps, I'm just curious, if there's a plan of getting those done this year, and if it's gonna be a continuing cost each year. So,
Carol can speak to this as well. Last I heard, it was an annual fee to do a chunk of our basically survey, quality checks and improvements, kind of starting at one end of the town and going, and it's ongoing. In terms of how many years does it take to get it done? I don't have an answer. Carol, do you have any more on that?
No, it was part of your reassessment last time and it was never done, so you didn't get the full product. So now we are doing it with a local contractor. And I don't know when the next, for example, reval is, but you know, I think this is a cost-effective way to do it. My guess is for 5 years, it will be an ongoing cost, but you know, every year, if properties are split up, then those have to be done. So it could be a much smaller cost annually after, I would say, approximately 5 years. So I'm assuming that's what it's gonna take.
all right,
That's just me.
well, I'm happy with that answer. Other than that, I have no other questions.
Jen,
So I had a question about the register of deeds, 3250. It's the same 3250 as it is in Department 3, about 1300. And then you skip to 1400 and it's 3250, and they're different numbers, so I'm confused about that.
so it's 500, 250.
Or 250 and 5, no,
500 for the one under
Yep.
1300, and then 250 for the one under 1400.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that. This is fine.
I think be better research a little bit.
And as far as the 5% increase, it's my understanding that that's not COLA, that's just because she's isn't,
Just a pay raise.
yeah, just the pay raise because she hasn't had one. So I think that's just something that we should
Okay,
point out, and I am,
anything else? Bob, Carol?
yeah, I guess the 5% pay increase. I have a question about, I'm not suggesting we change it, and it's important. I guess I don't know why, you know, what's behind that. And so I think, you know, are we in range for what, I mean, if the assessor's not asking for it, and if there's a performance review that says she's been doing great work, I'm great, you know, I guess I feel like I'm kind of making that decision in a vacuum. So I would like sort of, I guess I don't want to change it, but would like more information about why that recommendation is.
Yeah, and I feel the same way. Nothing against the individual or the position. I'd like to know the justification on the basis. Anything else from anyone on this division? Any questions? No? Thank you. Page 4, elections, Board of Registrars, I guess is the word. Last year was budgeted $1,000, same amount this year. Any questions or concerns from anyone?
No.
Page 5, Department 1700, planning. Last year budgeted 2023 at 6,500. This year proposed $6,175, down 5%. Well,
Just 50/90 consulting and legal fees. They never really used the 5650 all the time. I'm just wondering why the 5650. I don't want to take too much out of there, but I'd rather see it closer to 4. And I don't know if they come back, if John or even Bob would have a clarification on why they need so much.
Yep.
And I know year to year it would fluctuate, but just
From the viewpoint of a contracting budget, construction budget, it's a contingency. It's an allowance. Don't use it a lot of years, hopefully we don't have to use it, but it's specifically there for instances in which the planning board needs legal advice that would best not come from the attorney who at that time, or in that case, is representing the town. That's when it was first established. It had to do, I believe, with Venice Cove, back when some work was done down there. And I think we used part of it that year, but not all of it. I can't speak for the planning board, but I would say that it begs the question of our conversation that's going to happen when we get to the Board of Appeals. And philosophically, do we want to have one budget for legal in one place and then have each of 2 or 3 different departments be able to use some of that money? Or even the current town attorney or a different one? Or do we have it more in the control of the individual department? I would argue that it needs to be in the control of the individual department, because if you think back to that time, the planning board took a position that the town administrator, and I think at least some members of the select board at that time, did not agree with. So if the planning board at that time had said, we'd like to spend some of the select board's legal budget, they might have been told no. And so I think that's a conversation we need to have that's about both the planning board and the Board of Appeals. And I can't think of any other departments that need a legal allowance, but I could see cutting it back based on the lack of use. I would go as low as 5,000. I would go as low as 4,000, but I'm not on the planning board.
I'm fine with 5,000. 5,000. Bob?
I'm good with 5,000.
Jen?
That's fine.
Okay. Carol, not that I don't care, but.
I would
Sorry.
actually cut it, I mean, I haven't given my comments, so I'll just wait for my turn.
Okay. Do you have any more? No. Jen, do you have anything?
I do not.
Bob?
Nothing else.
Carol?
So, maybe Bob can answer this, because I think he got involved. The subscription fee for the software for GIS, is that somewhere else?
Yes, the agreement was that the planning board would pay it the first year, and then after that, it would be paid by the town.
Okay, which is fine. So we're not eliminating it, it's being moved. Then, on the consulting legal fees, so this is Department 1700, line 5090. I think it's originally, having been there, so the first time, in my experience, that we used legal services was when the town applied for the cell phone tower. And at that time, there was no line item in the budget for legal services, but the selectmen and the town administrator agreed that we needed independent legal services, and we got clarification, justification from them on that. But there was also money in the budget for periodic, either technical review or consultants for, ordinance review, that sort of thing. So personally, I am of the mind that the legal stuff should all be lumped together. I think if we want to have a policy that, the planning board and the appeals board has access to independent legal counsel as necessary. I mean, ultimately, the select board is the keeper of the money anyway. I don't think having it as a line item in here makes any difference. So I'd rather see it all together. So we're really being clear about when we're using legal services. My recommendation is 3,000 for consulting services, which could be, more of a planner helping us revise an ordinance, that sort of thing, or a technical person reviewing a project. That's my recommendation, but
Okay, and would you move the balance of 2,000 anywhere else?
I would move it into legal.
Okay, so you're proposing this line item to be 3,000,
I am.
okay? Bob?
at this point, I'm not prepared to move, to back that up, basically changing our ways, changing the town's ways of spending the money without some kind of clarification or notification to the boards or, you know, can't go with, my thoughts are right now, we just can't change the way we're spending the money. That's all. I don't know how else to clarify it.
Bob,
Yeah, I understand where Carol's coming from. She and I have talked about this a lot. I would look back to this past year. If we had it all in one bucket this past year, it would all be gone at this point. And if the planning board had an issue that they thought they needed legal counsel, they would not be able to have any kind of control over it. So I would maintain we should have a legal line for the Board of Selectmen as we have had, for the planning board as we have had, and separately for the Board of Appeals as we have had. And hopefully we don't spend it, but it needs to be there.
Karen,
I guess my only question there is, having it as a line item, does that change the guarantee that it's available to the planning board or the Board of Appeals in your minds? That's kind of what the question, the fundamental question is. If it's in their budget, that gives them the authority to spend it, because the way our policy is written, they can't call the attorney. And so that's really my question. It still requires town administrator and Board of Selectmen approval.
Yeah, I agree with that.
yeah, that blends into a policy decision, really.
So I guess that's really my question is, you know, it's
So the
not,
planning board chair would have to come to the select board to say, here's the planning board's reasons why we want to go to a different attorney and get an opinion on this. And the select board would have to say yes.
Right.
But if we had it all in one bucket and the bucket was empty,
okay,
then it's a different deal.
I see your philosophy.
And then I read somewhere, sorry, Mark, I did read somewhere that they would have to have a motion during their meeting also to
Yeah.
go for,
Yeah, they will. So you're saying no to Carol's proposal?
I'd say no to Carol's proposal.
Okay.
Okay. You-
You got a comment?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm in support of Carol's proposal, and I'm gonna offer something that happened a long time ago in CTC. You were on the board with me at the time. And this is when, legal fees went through the ceiling, and the board did not know. The board did not know what CTC was spending annually, for a 2-year period in legal fees, and it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. Without board, well, with some board input, but with not full board input. So I think that you can keep the policy exactly as it is, and you can keep the line items underneath the individual departments, but also add a line item for complete legal fees for the town. I recommend the school legal fees actually go in there as well. And this is a benefit not only for the board, but for the taxpayers.
Well said. Any more on, so have we decided to lower that to 5,000 for today?
That's what we decided at one point.
Any more discussion on this division? Thank you. We will move to page 6, Department 1800, Board of Adjustment and Appeal has historically been budgeted at 0. Proposed this year is at 2 amounts. Item 3240, publications, $150. And item 5090, consulting or legal services at $3,000 for a total of $3,150. Go ahead.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just questioning about the amount. If the 150, I'm fine with that. Publications, that's basically for being able to the printout and stuff, their agendas, posting their agendas and all that good stuff. So the consulting legal fees, I don't know, I don't think that, the issues that we've been having going on are gonna be over anytime soon. I'm in favor of going up to 4,000 on that, not knowing exactly. So, Bob, what do you think on that? Going up to 4,000?
Hold on.
Okay.
So, that number, 3,000, is something like 12 hours of legal time. I would say 3,000 is enough. As an allowance, same discussion as planning board, hopefully they don't spend any of it.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to go any higher than that.
Okay.
If they wound up running out of money, they could come to the select board, do an appeal, try to get more money from a different fee, well, all that kind of stuff. But
I agree. Sarah?
Well, I'll wait till, go ahead, Jen.
I'm fine keeping it at 3,000 at this point.
Sarah?
I would support 4,000, and I guess the question I have is just what Bob, mentioned, is say they expend their budget in the line item in their department. Can they also access the municipal legal budget?
The way that that's a question I'm not quite sure. I would say yes. Because I think it just says legal services in that line item. So I would think it would be for any legal services.
So I checked with a couple other towns. Most towns do legal services as its own line item, consolidated for all the departments. And they often appoint sort of the town attorneys, and it's multiple ones, like it's bond counsel, it's, land use attorney, it's, labor attorney. At least the towns I talked to, these tend to be bigger towns, so. But that was kind of a question I had, is that we're not tying our hands. If we appropriate it in a department budget, they can still access it in the municipal budget.
As far as I know, because we appointed the attorney, but I think in here it just says legal services without it saying
It's for the town.
that it's strictly for the town. I don't think so.
Okay.
I think of it as a different level. Right? If they ran out of that money, then they're gonna have to work a little bit harder to get more money. And is the right number 3,000? Is it 4,000? Is it 10,000? Given that they've been at 0 for years, I would advocate for keeping it at 3 and trying to keep it tight and just encouraging everybody to rely on lawyers as infrequently as we possibly can. But it's a crap. It's tossing the dart. Big job right now. But I think 12 hours of consultation, given what they've been through this year, I think those 12 hours would go a long way as needed. And hopefully, again, we're getting past that. To your point, I don't think we're past it yet.
You're basing that 12 hours on an hourly rate.
I just used 250, yeah.
So my proposal was to raise that to 4, and everybody's against me except Sarah.
So you're the swing
So
vote.
you're the swing.
And I'm sorry, what was your justification?
Legal services.
Yeah, what was your justification for raising it?
Just with the issues that we've been having, and they're not going away anytime soon.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can you explain the rationale where you've been on the planning board between why 5,000 for the planning board and 3,000 for the board of adjustment and appeals makes sense?
I think the level of activity with things like site plan review, issues that encompass everything from business plans to piers, shorefront projects. I think there's a greater likelihood of controversial projects leading the planning board to needing help. I don't think the BOA is any less controversial in the topics that land on their lap.
Yeah.
But I do think the number of projects is probably less on average at the time.
Yeah, this just happened to be
A banner year.
a banner year. Gotcha.
And I guess the other thing is on both of these, it isn't just legal the way it's described. So particularly for the planning board, we've had like Judy Booker George do maps and stuff, so I think there's, more need on the planning board side. I'm just thinking, yeah.
And quickly, I'm not in favor of raising that today, I guess, first of all. I haven't heard enough to justify doing it right this second. I'm also a little bit more in favor of having all the legal budgeting, amount of money and availability to the money in one coffer. I understand the fear of possible, committees wondering if a certain makeup of the select board is going to release money. I understand that, but I do think we are in control of making sure that the people's business and budget is run well. And I would hope that we're aware of any and all expenses that are going out in a manner that is using, email, telephone to rack up bills. I guess that's my point. So sorry, I can't back the increase to that. So where does that leave us?
Three grand.
3,000. Leaves us at 3,000. And-
In the line item.
Yeah, in that line item. And to your question, there is still a requirement that any legal consultation has to go through the town clerk, whether it's planning board with their budget, BOA with their budget.
Town administrator.
Town administrator, sorry, town administrator, yeah. So that's the level of control that we have in answer to what we're talking about.
Yeah, I understand. So I won't make any more of it, so go ahead.
I just comment really quickly that the part that concerns me with having it all in one coffer versus having a little bit here and a little bit there was, the talk about how the POA asked for legal help and we're told that they didn't have it. And we don't want that to ever happen.
I agree with that. I wasn't able to get a clear answer on that to determine how that went down, but I agree with that statement.
And in my conversation, first of all, I don't think that's the town administrator's call. And that's problem number one. Number two is, legal services are legal services. We can hire 7 attorneys if we want for legal services. I think there was a little confusion about that we had a town attorney. And I think the other part, having had a conversation about this, was that the individual is gonna go out and hire an attorney instead of the town. So I think that goes back to kind of, we need to also make sure our town administrator understands the process. To me, the process should clearly lie with the Board of Selectmen because it's an expenditure and it's an important, maintaining control of that is pretty important. And in the past, I think it has been managed okay. But I think that was, I think an investment in legal services, for example, in the writing of the findings of fact, could ultimately save the town a lot of money. So I think, you have to be judicious, but at the same time, I think we're creating more problems by not doing that. So I think there's sort of two problems. One is kind of an operational one, and one is the financial.
Is the select board okay with the Board of Adjustment Appeals for now? Question?
It's a non-budget question. I'm wondering how the use of authority is handled in terms of correcting. But it's a non-budget question also.
Okay. Sorry. All set to move to the next page? Page 7, Department 1900 Legal Services. Last year budgeted $10,000. This year proposed initial $13,000, up $3,000. Paul, go ahead.
I'm recommending up it to 20. Knowing that we've got a couple of issues that are going to be ongoing, not knowing exactly what's going to go on.
Okay. Bob, what do you think?
Yeah. I'd leave it 13.
Okay. Jen,
I leave it at 13.
13. Carol, 20?
I'd rather have it than not.
I can't go with 20 from 13. I could go up to 15 for now. But I can't agree with 20, so you want to leave it at that, or?
I'd be willing to go to 15. I don't think 13 is enough. But I don't know what the right number would be.
I'm not asking you to change, but are you changing?
Yeah, we'll go, I'll go to 15 if I can get 3 votes out of it. I mean.
15,000.
Give me a cigar and I'll go 15. 15, I'll go, I think 15 is a good number.
Jan? Okay, change it to 15 for now. Anything else from you? Well, I mean, Jen, go ahead.
I think it's like trying to look in a crystal ball. Yes, we have stuff coming down the pipe, but,
You all set for now?
yep, because I want to change it back a little bit for the real hard numbers.
Okay, any more comments from you, Carol?
No, but I have a question to add in terms of what the expectation is for me needing bond counsel, because I think we are gonna have more bonds, and so I just wanna, I know we can't estimate some of the other legal budget, but that one is one, and originally, that's why it was bumped up, was Jay saying we're gonna have bond counsel costs, so just find out from Vika, the question for Vika is, what's the expectation for bond counsel costs? So we have,
Yeah, and the bond council specifically was related mostly to broadband, I believe,
right, but I think we're going out for another bond, right?
for,
2024. That's what Vika's response to me implied, that we are seeking more bonds for 2024.
did she say what, for what project?
Broadband, right? We didn't get the full bond,
Oh, I see, yeah, so, yeah, thank
and
you.
it's like insanely expensive, so.
Okay, comment at all about this division?
I actually now have one.
Oh, sorry.
Why would that legal expense not come out of the broadband project, the way we just moved the prior legal expense into the broadband project?
I asked the same question multiple times, and I personally think that it should be included in any project, whether it's a stormwater, broadband, whatever it may be. I think there should be some sort of an estimate in the initial estimating of the undertaking of the project includes some of those costs, even the engineering and design.
It's consistent with what we talked about with even the departments.
I don't disagree. I think that's a good suggestion. I think we should find out what the estimate is for the number. Probably Jay had some idea in his mind. I have no idea, and I don't know what he expended for 2023.
Yeah,
So, and I think we should find out what the cost is and then make a decision as a group where it gets allocated.
okay. So for today, we upped it to 15, is that correct?
We did, yes.
Any questions on that? Go ahead.
Along with the legal budget, there needs to be a legal strategy. If the strategy is to go to court and have a court settle a disagreement, then I would say 100,000 is probably a lot more realistic than 20. And if the strategy is to settle out of court, to mediate, then you may be closer to the 20 call. So just, it's not a shot in the dark, it is strategic.
We'll get another shot at this stuff. Thank you. I know Jen's coming right back, so we will go to, we're going to page 8, Jen. Department 2100, Law Enforcement Services. Last year's budget, $53,000. This year, proposed 2024 initial, $54,226, up 2.31%. So,
Just wondering the parking attendant wages. Now, I don't know, I don't have a specific request for the amount of money. but we've been continuously having issues with having one parking attendant trying to do the Stone Pier and Chandler's and Bennett's and wherever else, you know, parking issues would be. I would like us to, and then having one man do wearing multiple hats, trying to do multiple jobs at multiple places. My recommendation would be to hire a part-time person for just the summer months between May and September to alleviate some burden over our current parking attendant.
Okay, but the line item 1010, which is wages part-time, which is the position that you're talking about currently, budgeted 8,736, are you proposing to change that number?
I would add another. I'd like to see it up to 14,000 total,
Okay, Bob,
not knowing the exact number.
okay, Jen,
No, I'm in the exact opposite.
Carol.
Wax.
Yeah.
Can I tell you what I'm proposing?
Carol, you have anything to say about that?
Well, did you get Bob?
No, I said, it's not gonna pass, so I'm just being
Yeah,
nice
no.
and asking you.
I don't want to increase. You don't need to do that. Just so you know, if it's a dead issue, keep going.
So far,
Can I just?
Bo, do you have other
Uh,
things in this contract?
The only thing was didn't get the service contract. Okay, so,
I believe that, I'm trying to remember, but I believe that Cumberland County has presented their summer contract, is that what you're talking about? And I believe that Baker has signed it, but I could be wrong.
okay. I'd like to get a copy of that. That's it.
Did you have, Jen, go ahead.
So, as far as, the 1010, the parking attendant service, I believe that, I think it's a position that should be solely during the summer months, so May to September. I think it should be a stipend position. And I don't think it's necessary to have it, in the winter months around here.
So are you proposing a change to the number, Jen?
Yep. I think the stipend position should be $3,000.
So you're proposing 1010 to go down to 2,000?
Go down to 3,000.
Okay, Bob?
I just did 90 days times $30 an hour, 1 hour per day, that comes to $2,700.
Yeah, it's not that much per hour.
I was playing with the number. I think extending it into the fall has some validity. Maybe the month of September, so maybe 120 days, but I would agree with the 3,000, change it down to $3,000.
How much?
What she said, 3,000.
3,000. Carol?
Just one clarification, does that cover September in your estimate, Bob?
Yes.
Yes.
Both.
I'm not. If we do that, if we change this to stipend, we'd have to change our policy, our parking ordinance also.
Yeah, they've got the 3 votes, so.
No, I know, I was pointless,
Okay.
but I just wanted to say, if we do go this route, we have to do a,
Are you finished with your comments?
yes.
Yeah, I see it a couple of different ways. This position, I guess, is one of the top position, obviously. I see the position as having, or probably had some good intention / good value to the maintaining the usefulness of especially the stone wall. I'm not sure how we've done with that overall as a town in our first 15 years. I know Cumberland struggled with it too. I have other concerns that can only be spoken to in executive session. The reason that I'm not voting in favor of lowering it is I think it's going to only exasperate some of the existing conditions and problems at times at the stormwater. So I just wanted to understand why I wasn't agreeing with you.
So when you say, do you mean lowering the enforcement is gonna make it worse? Is that what you mean?
That's my opinion, lowering whatever attention the facilities may be getting at this point in time. Okay, where did I leave off?
I just wanted to add on too, the number that you guys are thinking of, you're going till the end of September. There's a lot of families that stay out here till Thanksgiving. So, you know,
Yeah.
Yep.
Where did I leave off? I'm sorry. Jen, did you do your,
I just didn't finish, I don't know if that was it.
was that it?
Yep.
Bob?
Yeah, I had a question about contract services. And in Vika's detail, she talked about moving the annual plumbing for the cottage in which the deputy sheriff stays, moving that from the some general maintenance fund to here to have it in the right place. My only question is, did it get lowered in that other fund as a result of moving it in? I couldn't tell.
Where was it before? I don't really know if I know. You're talking about the plumbing, internet charge.
I think it didn't exist, it hadn't been accounted for.
Then how did you get paid?
Probably out of
yeah.
contingency, miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous contingency, I'm not quite sure.
Bob, did you
No
have,
questions.
did you have other questions or points?
Nope.
Carol?
My only point is that the memo from the town, Vika, I guess, makes the point that the parking enforcement needs a different method, such as permitted parking or designated parking for contractors. And so, I mean, I tend to agree with that. I'm not saying there isn't a parking problem, but I don't think the enforcement is the solution, the current enforcement program. So I would, that's all I want to say.
And I agree with that. I think this select board has direct control over the parking and traffic ordinance. We can actually make changes through a public meeting and discussion without going back to town meeting. And that's one of the only ordinances that we have control over. So I would agree with you. Probably need to take a hard look at how we are doing with that or not, and how it relates to enforcement. So I would agree. Any questions on law enforcement from the public?
No, budget position.
Thank you. Let's move, we've already done page 9, which is fire and rescue. We did that early with that department. As you remember, we will go to page 10. Department 2400 code enforcement, budgeted last year at $28,080. Proposed this year, $28,335. The increase is in training mostly. Well, go ahead.
The only comment I would have would, does the board think that the code officer would need a legal allowance also?
No.
A what?
A legal allowance?
I don't think so.
All right,
Is that it from you?
that's it.
Bob, Jen, sorry.
We need to change.
I know.
All set?
Yeah.
Bob? Carol?
I guess. Am I correct in assuming this amount is equal to 1 day, 8 hours a week? Like, what is this equivalent to? That's a question I have to do that she didn't answer, so I don't know. I get
I don't know if I can accurately remember or answer it, but I do remember discussions of expectations of this position. And it was based on 1 day per week. I don't know how many hours that would, whether it's 6, 8, or 10 hours, but it was based on being present or available physically in the community for 1 day a week. And if not, that would get communicated. And in other words, if the person wasn't going to be able to make it every Tuesday or every Wednesday, but also there's money in there for allowance of electronic communication, email, text.
When you say there's money in there, in this budget?
In other words, there's some recognition that some of the time may be spent answering people and
Right.
exchanging conversations or questions electronically. But I don't know the breakdown, I'm sorry.
I guess my comment on code enforcement is, we had a conversation with Long Island. They had an interest in potentially sharing a code guide. I guess overall, I'm concerned that we don't have adequate code enforcement on the island in terms of the presence on the island. I can't tell whether that's a performance issue or we need more time. So, I guess you guys may have a better sense of 8 hours a week is adequate. And I noticed that a couple other communities, the way they are managing their code enforcement now is to have an administrative assistant or the code enforcement officer to provide kind of, administrative services to help support that position, so that they're mostly doing code enforcement and not paperwork, management. So I guess I kind of feel like this position, I would like to know how many hours we are expecting. It sounds like 8. And before and then I'd like to know how many hours that in this fiscal year we've been seeing, because that's my concern. I'm not sure this is enough.
Bob,
$28,000 divided by 52, it's $538.46 per week. Divided by 8, $67.30. So I would hope that it's more than 8 hours a week. I doubt if we have records of how many hours per week we're getting. I was part of the interview team back when our current code officer was hired. And what I remember, the discussion had a lot more to do with new ways of conducting inspections, using pictures on photos and things like that, which I'm absolutely in favor of. The reason I hesitated to comment was that I think a lot of this conversation needs to take place in executive session. And
Right, so
I would leave the budget where it is for now. And I agree with Carol that we need more result than we're getting now.
yeah, and I guess I'm looking at the activity on, so irrespective of kind of today, a lot of activity on Hope Island. Access is challenging. I feel like we need to be on top of that. We've been through this before. And so I guess I would ask the board, I mean, I don't think we need to answer the question today, but I would like the facts to come back from the town administrator about what the hours are that, that's in the contract and how they're being utilized right now. And then, maybe we'll revisit this down the line. Does that make sense?
I agree, and I agree, we probably need to leave the budget where it is reasonably for today. I think some of these conversations are a little bit bigger, certainly than today, and I would welcome any and all conversations / negotiations with Long Island. So,
And one question I had was that there is no COLA increase on this position. Like, it's strange to me that it doesn't show up here, but it does on the other contracted position. So,
Well, again, on the assessor, it wasn't described as COLA, it was described as a
Oh,
five-year
okay,
adjustment.
okay. All right, that answers that question.
Questions from anyone?
Just a notice that 8 hours a week, when you have 5 new houses going up, not even including the work that's going on Hope Island. I don't,
Yeah.
it can be, you know, good.
And please don't take my comments as written in stone, because it may be 8 to 10 or 8 to 12, which would include some remote conversation. So please don't take my comments as written in stone. Go ahead.
Just a question for Pam, if I could. You mentioned 5 new houses. Should be no more than 4 based on growth permits for new houses per se. You're including rebuilds and such, or you're thinking major projects, or?
I'm including 2 houses on the same lot.
Okay, okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else on this division? Thank you. Let's move to page 11, Department 2500, Harbor Master Shellfish. Last year budgeted at $29,097. This year proposed $31,378, up 7.8%. Part of that is the recommended COLA. The other part is a technology upgrade for online warrant website. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly. Sorry.
Some kind of new website.
Sorry to have Harbor Master Shellfish.
So I know this is gonna be there was talks on this and we haven't gone into details as far as we're waiting to hear back from Coastal Waters for a recommendation. We haven't heard back yet. As far as a harbor master's shellfish, the town is required to have this position. I know there was quite a bit of talk on it, so I don't know. At this point, I think the talks need to go to executive session once we hear back from Coastal Waters.
Okay, did you have a question about his comment?
A comment, yeah. I did just have a conversation with the chair of Coastal Waters. He was asked specifically to mark up the job description. He went back to the town administrator and said, could you send me the Word document so that I could mark it up in a fashion that could then be responded to by others? And the reply was, no, we don't have it in a Word document fashion. I think that's unacceptable. I think it's the job of town staff to support the volunteer boards in a whole lot of ways. And it's a 2-page job description or so. It would take somebody 10 minutes to type that into a Word document. And I don't think we should say to the chair of any volunteer committee, that's on you. I think that's on town staff. So I've heard before that Coastal Waters hasn't gotten this back, but having been on different boards in the past, I would advocate for more support, and specifically that they be given a Word document that they can then mark up in appropriate fashion for that work. I agree with your comment about executive session, but I think I would add that we really need to scale back with the help of Coastal Waters. Oh, one other point. We're not required by law to have shellfish and harbor master. We're required by law to have shellfish as long as we have a shellfish ordinance. We have a shellfish ordinance. We have no shellfish. The shellfish ordinance is specifically aimed at soft shell clams, no other clams. If you ask any of the commercial diggers, they will tell you there are none now. One of them will tell you back in 1960, they went away and they came back. I spent years on that committee and I spent a lot of time out on the flats. I don't think clams are coming back. Soft shell clams, steamers are coming back. I would propose that as a cost savings reduction, we look hard at taking to town meeting the elimination of that shellfish ordinance, which would mean that we were no longer required to have a shellfish warden. Our flats would still be governed by the state of Maine's rules regarding shellfish, but we wouldn't have our own shellfish ordinance. And I hate to say that, and I mean no disrespect to the shellfish committee people, they've all worked very hard, but they ain't no clams.
Are you suggesting a reduction in the cost?
Yes.
Are we on Bob at the next
I
slide?
don't.
Actually, I was just responding to
Doesn't
both.
matter.
Okay.
I can, if Jen doesn't mind, I can allow Bob to go out of
Go
order.
for it.
So we don't have any detail here as to how those wages are split between harbor master and shellfish.
We don't, I can offer up one, maybe not so helpful comment to that. When we started the town, Lee and Hamilton and some other people went to other towns and looked at how they were breaking things up. So when we started the town, we started with 12,000 for shellfish enforcement and 12,000 for harbor master enforcement for wages only. So I don't know if that's helpful or not. Go ahead.
So to Bob's point about eliminating the shellfish warden, I would caution against doing that based on the meeting we had with the aquaculture people, because they made a point of the fact that if you have a shellfish warden, then you have specific specific control over the intertidal area, and if the town does not have a shellfish warden, you lose that. And my suggestion to them was like, you should change that because, you know, there's no soft shell fishery. But until that kind of change happens, I think we should maintain it for now.
Can I ask what would be, if you didn't have control, the state had control over?
The state, it would only, it gives the town more authority in the intertidal area for an agricultural lease, according to the Department of Marine Research.
Right now it does.
Right,
You're right, that's a good point. And they've actually recently increased it. It used to refer
Right.
to the low tide line. I just learned painfully that it now refers to 5 feet below the low tide line.
I think it's a mistake to have it tied to a shellfish
Agreed.
warden. And so we made that comment at the meeting. And I hope that might be a change that we see in the next couple of years, but until then, I think we don't want to lose that authority. Because we're kind of on a mission to have more authority.
Okay, so if I may, Bob, are you proposing any financial change to this line item or department at this point?
I was, but I'm not.
Jen,
I'm taking the notes.
Jen, go right ahead.
As you probably remember, some of you, I tried to look at other communities with similar size and whatnot, and what they were doing as far as a harbor master. Because in my opinion, our harbor master hasn't had a boat, and we are not a huge mooring field community that needs all that. But last year I was told we didn't have time to go into that. So, I think we have time, and I think we should make time for the benefit of our town. I still believe that this can be a stipend position. I believe that a $5,000 stipend position for a harbor master, based on all the other small communities that I've looked at, is more than adequate. And I understand the part about don't remove the shellfish warden, but if it's just in name only at this point that we need it, then drop it down to a $250 stipend or something, you know. I have no idea what you would do with that. You know, I'm not gonna get into the specifics other than to say, the things that the harbor master has been doing, in my opinion, it's, you know, there were 2 calls last year for towing of a boat. That's just 2 calls, and even the Coast Guard doesn't tow boats. There's, you know, Sea Tow or Boats US. I mean, there are things out there that are for that. As far as aquaculture sites, I would assume that was the DMR response to things like that.
What do you mean?
As far as if, you know, to verify moorings and, you know, aquaculture sites, to verify the aquaculture sites.
Marine Patrol.
Yeah. I just think,
You're referring to the comments that were made in Gennaro's recommendations?
yes,
Gotcha.
yep.
Oh, here, gotcha.
And then the other thing about using a boat to get people around is, you know, to my knowledge, it's not a position that should be used for a water taxi. There's other ways to get people here, there, and otherwise. So that's my proposal.
Are you proposing any financial changes today,
I
Jen?
am. I propose that it should be a $5,000 stipend position.
Okay, so are you changing the specific 10-10?
Yes,
You're proposing knock that down to $5,000?
Or is that 5,250?
oh, 5,250, yes, because that includes both those positions.
Well,
I'm not ready to give my opinion on this yet.
okay, Bob,
Yes.
you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. Carol?
I'm fine with that approach. I think we should differentiate the harbor master position from the shellfish warden because they're two separate positions. Right now, it's one individual, but it could be two different people. And for the shellfish warden, personally, I would bump that up to something like, I don't know. I mean, Bob, you have a better sense of what would be appropriate. 250 seems way too low. Any
You
thoughts?
guys might know off the top of your head, what do we pay the animal control officer?
$5,250 or something.
But
So this is more like a seasonal position, so maybe
Well, it's
2,500.
not seasonal.
It's not.
There are gonna be requirements, with the obligation on behalf of the town to review aquaculture lease applications. Not to go out and measure them with a boat, but just to review them.
For the shellfish warden?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
No, it's a
No,
harbor
no, it's a
master.
harbor master. You're right, you're right.
I don't know, I mean, I'm fine
And
with
so
it.
there's an annual report that has to be done.
Yeah.
Theoretically, it's in conjunction with the Shellfish Committee. The last couple of years, it's been simply a matter of filling out the form based on the same numbers, license fees from the year before, and the town clerk provides the shellfish warden and the committee a list of licenses issued.
So do you think $250 is enough, or would you think a little more would be better? That's kind of my question. Seems low.
I just, somebody's gonna do it because they want to, they have a love for it. I don't know who that's gonna be. I'm guessing it can't be anybody on the select board. Would that be accurate? I can't notice
I'm
that,
just
right?
trying to get at.
I understand. I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah.
I would say, even though I agree with Jen, I would say change that 250 to 1,000, so change the total labor line to 6,000 from 27,843.
Yep, that's fine.
You
So
good,
with
Karen?
that change, I'm good with that.
Okay. I'm not gonna agree to it, doesn't matter, you have your 3 votes for today, I'll tell you exactly why. So far for me, I don't think we've heard enough or heard much of anything from our committees. The state aquaculture thing makes me wonder, you know, where we are now and where we're gonna have to be moving forward. I also would hope that we could, again, continue to talk with Long Island about the possibility of sharing this type of position. I think this is probably one position that may have some possibilities with Long Island. Sharing a lot of towns have talked about sharing services, and it's not always easily accomplished according to what services you're talking about, and according to the level that the town councils or select boards or taxpayers expect that level to be at. So, that's the only reason I'm not agreeing to it. I have some other comments again that are only to be consumed in executive session. Carol?
I just have one question, because Jen, you did that research. What does Long Island pay their harbor master? Do you have no recollection?
It was around 5,000 or just under. There was like a boat for use of a boat, stipend, like
Yeah.
compensation for using their own boat, and then a set fee. And at the time, they had a harbor master and then a deputy harbor master, and I think now they only have one harbor master.
Yeah, that's accurate. I spoke with my cousin Bill Dyer about this position with a few chuckles for some comments from him, as you can only imagine. One more thing before we leave this, and I don't know that it applies to this division or these positions, but I do see some value in some sort of enforcement, at least in the height of the season at Stonewall. I don't know where we'll end up with parking enforcement as it relates to boat traffic and tie-up enforcement. But I do see some value there, so we may be heading towards some other bigger conversations as well.
So I don't disagree with your comment that we kind of need more information in it. So, I mean, I'd like to see the job description for the position. I wonder if it's worth, having coastal waters now rewrite the job position description when we're thinking about changing. It seems like a wasted effort. And maybe a workshop with coastal waters to kind of talk about this together rather than everybody off to, because there seems to be almost a miscommunication on that. So what I think might be worthwhile is for the select board and coastal waters to get together and kind of come to a consensus on what makes sense in terms of time. I'm not sure that parking enforcement couldn't issue tickets for people, couldn't also deal with tie-up enforcement.
Well, that was my point.
Right. So, and as someone who uses that facility, it's not great enforcement right now. I mean, the whole thing is a free for all, and it's, our boat got seriously, our engine got very damaged, and it's maddening.
I agree, Bob, go ahead.
Same thing, I think we could find a way. I don't think our harbor master needs to have any presence in the water. I think our harbor master and our parking functionality should focus on tie-ups and parking. I think the key to it is some sort of teeth in the enforcement. We're gonna write tickets, but we have no way to enforce those tickets, then they mean nothing. If we're gonna write tickets and we can work with the state in some way that has teeth associated with it, then it's meaningful. But I don't think we need a boat in the water. I do think we need to enforce both the tie-ups, which Carol's referring to, and also the temporary parking along the other side of the wharf structure there. I think on average, our fishermen do a pretty good job of self-policing. And yeah, I think there's a lot of room for improvement, but I think Carol's point about a workshop is well taken.
Yeah, I agree with her. I wouldn't continue to ask coastal waters to mark up the job at this point with the direction that we may be going in. So are we leaving this position with 6,000 for wages, part-time, 10/10? Is that accurate?
Yep.
Okay.
And I just wanted to add that I am not trying to ignore Vika's comments about the paperwork aspect of it and what goes on in the town office, but I feel like we have 2 clerks, and the amount of moorings that we look after it's not like from it's a small amount. And so
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess to that, I didn't see any real description. Maybe you guys know what this online mooring website annual fee is, but that's a lot of money. It's $1,000. And I'm thinking that the mooring fees should support that cost. And if we have to bump them up, at least our mooring fee was pretty modest. I think the way we should approach that is to make the moorings cover the cost of this, if it's reasonable, this website. I don't know what it is, and that was another question I had about.
Do you want to give her
We don't have revenues in here, right?
Right.
Does anybody remember what the revenues are from mooring fees?
Total,
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a future discussion. I just feel like,
I'm just saying, they already need.
Can
This
I,
is-
can I explain to her what happened last year as far as how we got to that online part?
okay,
It was a miscommunication or misunderstanding, but we went with the harbor master went with the online platform, not realizing the fee associated with that, and wanted to bump up the mooring fees to go ahead, go along with that. But because no one was aware of it and informed, the board chose not to do that last year. So it was something that needed to be looked at this year to make it all aligned.
it added a $5 fee basically.
yeah, which is not.
But there must be 400 more in this town. If there's $25 fee, that's 10 grand.
So, 2022 actual 9705.
That's why you run the budget.
Anything else on this division at this point? Questions or comments? Okay, thank you. We will move to page 12, Department 2600, Animal Control. Last year budgeted at $5,250. This year, same amount, $5,250, no change. Any questions or comments from anyone?
Just wondering on 3160 miscellaneous expenses, if he has any plans for that money. He hasn't used anything in 2022 used $35, sorry. And he spent $35 this year. Just wondering if he's got any plans for that money. Also the same thing for training, if training is gonna happen this year or not. If so,
I wish I could answer either one of those, but I'd be making stuff up. I don't know if he's got any, he or his supervisor have any intentions of using the miscellaneous expenses, but I would be comfortable knocking the total of the budget down to $5,000 and taking half of that amount away from miscellaneous.
Yeah.
What do you think?
that sounds good to me.
Bob, what do you think of cutting that by 250? Jen,
That's fine.
Carol? Any other questions or comments on this area? Go ahead.
I guess I would suggest we cut it by 1,000 until we get those plans that Mo asked for. In other words, if there are not plans for miscellaneous or the training, then go from the current 1,100 to 100, which is more than we spent in the last couple of years.
Where are you getting that 1,100 number?
500 plus 600, miscellaneous plus training.
He's adding those together.
Oh, I got you. Bo?
Yeah. Let's do that, leave 100 in training, knock it down 1,000.
Jen?
Um,
Carol? So can you tell me one more time specifically what you're changing the numbers to, please?
Yes. Change miscellaneous
Yeah,
from 500 to 100.
gotcha.
Change training to 0 with a footnote in my notes unless Vika and the ACO have specific plans.
Okay. What's the total for that division?
250.
That make it 4,250.
Gotcha. Okay. Any questions from anyone else? Okay,
Karen, I just-
sorry.
Is this a stipended position?
mhm.
This is a stipended position.
And do you get a report at some point on kind of what the activities are for the year? How do you know what you're doing?
He has come to meetings and reported or sent memos to his supervisor before, but I don't recall annual. completion.
Well, it just seems like in order to justify the stipend relative to other positions, you should have something, you know, is it 40 hours a year or 10 hours a year? So, I mean, I just feel like I have no information.
You want to request a report?
I guess
from
what
him?
I would like to request from the town administrator is generally how many hours does this require? And I assume the telephone expenses for a cell phone number for the town?
Yeah.
Yep. And that's really my question, is I just don't have any information. It's not a big chunk of change, but
You all set for now?
Yep.
Let's go to page 13, please. Department 3100, Public Services. I call it Public Works still. On the next page, page 14 of the total. Budgeted last year, $217,485. Initial for the upcoming year, $212. Yeah, $212,000, 403, down 2.34%. Oh, go ahead.
The diesel, wondering why the increase.
what line are you on?
Oh, I'm sorry, my 2080. Just wondering why the increase to 11. I am in agreement with the 8,000. Probably just a hiccup there, but I just wanted to ask about that. Janitorial, been consistently 500 and, you know, they spent $20, I think, or $19.99 this year. So, I'd like to knock that down to 150 or 100, either one.
Pick one.
Let's do 100.
What line?
I'm
3202.
3202.
You said 100?
Yeah.
Mark, that is, I would agree with that.
All right. Jen?
Yep.
Carol?
Yep.
Moving down to the building maintenance line item 4,000. I'd like to knock that down to 2,000, and then urge them to fix that. I don't know how else to do that. So
Do we know any detail on what that's supposed to encounter?
as far as what is supposed,
What is it
any
cover?
type of maintenance,
What is it that needs to be maintained at this point?
the building.
It doesn't say in
So-
our,
Right.
in our little report.
But I mean, that's, I
It's a
guess,
contingency that's been there for a long time, it hasn't been spent.
well, it was spent in 2021.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, the 2021, I believe, was the doors. I think there was there was some doors that needed repair or something. There was something with the doors, either the
The overhead's a big.
yeah, the overhead motor needs to be changed or something. I can't vaguely remember that.
And in
Uh,
2020, it was 4,000.
Oh, the year 2020.
Yeah, 2020, the year 2020, they spent 4,000 and something.
So I don't mind, but we're keeping a large amount of money in there. And if they want us to keep a large amount of money in there, you need to fix stuff with it.
So you want equipment maintenance?
Building maintenance.
Building maintenance, 4,000.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So if I was proposed cutting that to 2,000, I'd go with yes.
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Mark,
Yeah, down to 2.
correct. I knocked down.
Hold on, Mark, we also knocked down janitorial down to 100. Okay,
That's fine.
What line is that? Got it.
3202,
3202.
Yeah.
Knock it down to what?
100.
100.
Got it?
road material, line item 4640. Just wondering, I mean, I know this year we haven't used much stock. Wondering where we're laying with the amount of material that we have. We haven't used that much this year, it's a pretty mild winter.
If I may, I spoke directly to Beaker about this, and I'm in agreement with you. And my recommendation was to knock that down to 10,000.
For 2024. We're talking winter
I'm
road.
sorry, item 4640 on page
Correct.
14.
I would, I would urge Vika to talk to Chuck and really look at that line item. My thoughts would go down to 8. Depending on, contingent on how much material we use this year.
Yeah.
If we have a stockpile, the stockpile is gonna get ruined before we even use it. I'd rather have.
So you're proposing 8?
I don't know how full the shed is anymore, it's probably a third, half full, and then we got that great big pile outside, so.
Yeah,
I would be fine with 8 to 10 grand, so.
8.
all right.
Which one?
8,000 on 4640 contingent on, if Vika and Chuck give us some more accurate.
Is any more than 1 or 2 people, not in favor of this? It sounds like we're in favor. Are you picking 8?
Yes.
Thank you, go ahead.
Street signs,
Number?
4645, thank you for that. I would like to put in, 500 in there. I think the stop signs need to be put back up. And I would like to at least have some of the main streets, or main roads indicated.
Okay, go ahead.
Well,
Sorry, Bob.
I know there's been a lot of discussion about this, but I can't help noticing how easy we've made it for the signs to be removed. There's a stake in the ground that's a corrugated fence post with bolt holes in it. And it looks like all you have to do is take a wrench and take the bolts out. We could have signs that were a single piece of metal embedded in concrete and at least make it hard to take them out. But it's been extremely easy to take them out so far. And it's kind of a joke. I mean, I want to support Donna's efforts that we need to have safety signs in critical places. I believe that's something we should have taken care of already. We haven't. But I think we need to make sure we do it in a way that's not, it's great that they're easily installed, but they need to be hard to remove.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
They shouldn't be hard to remove. They should not be hard to remove. They shouldn't be.
Why?
Because they shouldn't touch them in the first place. That's why. It shouldn't matter if it's 2 bolts, 3 bolts,
Your
or one
proposal is
solid piece.
$500. Is that
I,
your proposal,
my proposal is $500.
Bob?
Before I agree with that, I just want to ask a question. I believe at a select board meeting, we requested an inventory itemized. We haven't seen that yet.
We have not.
Okay, I'll agree with 500, but I'm going to add, we still need to see that itemized.
Okay, Jen,
no,
Carol,
no, because I want to see the inventory and there were some costs assigned to that
yeah,
at the time. So I'd like to, because I agree, stop signs I think should be replaced. And I thought actually it was going to happen in fiscal year '23. So I guess what I want is an update on where we stand with that initial request for an inventory and then a decision in fiscal year '23 before we appropriate anything for '24.
That's all we have.
I haven't seen,
I think she gave us a very rough verbal list. but I
and
don't
we gave
remember
her
seeing-
directions after that.
I see some value in some stop sign areas, coming out of Venice Cove Road, bottom of Roy Hill Road, so on and so forth. Doesn't matter which road you pick. But I can't agree to put the money in right now. I don't think they have a good plan. And I'm sorry to say that. And I just know these new cordless power tools too well to know that even if you put those stakes in without any bolts, it's gonna saw the post up in about 5 seconds with poured this DeWalt and Makita Sawzall, the metal blades, so I'm not sure if that's gonna solve it. So I can't agree with 500, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So that one did not pass. That was-
Did not. So line item 5240, training, just wondering if they had a plan to do training this year. If there is a plan, then keep the 500, if not, take 500 off. Or minimize it.
It's a good question, I can't answer it. So,
Well, that's fine.
Are you
Another
proposing-
question for Vika.
are you proposing doing away with it or waiting to talk with her?
I'm waiting to talk about
Okay,
it. I'm not knowing.
I think the way we've been doing it is removing it until she comes back with a plan. That's why we've done it on earlier questions
Okay.
like this.
All right,
what would you like to do?
I would like to remove the $500.
It's item 5240 on page 14, panel 0 is the proposal from Bob. Bob,
Agree with removing unless there's a plan.
Jen,
I would leave it the way it is, because I want to know the plans.
are you agreeing to remove it?
No,
Okay, thank you. Carol?
Yeah, I'm fine removing it and getting a plan. I mean, it's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. Go ahead, Bob.
Next one, line item 8040. Operations and maintenance. I don't know what that is.
What page?
It's 0. is what it is.
Yeah, 14.
The last one.
8040. Operating and maintenance.
It kind of looked like it got moved in there or something.
That's what I'm wondering. I think
Trio.
isn't the 8,000 in the school?
Yeah, I don't think that, but it's
So
also.
I'm
says 0.
I'm just curious. I have no idea. So just have her check line item 8040 on page 14.
As some of you know better than some of us, Trio can be stubborn about what it will and will not move it or move.
it was in there last year, same thing, but there was nothing there for 2020.
Do you have any more?
Only
No,
2021.
that's it.
Jen, did you have stuff?
So, yes, I had questions about diesel.
Number?
2080, sorry. Then,
Question, what's the question?
why, is it up over 11,000 for this
That's
year?
what we've spent, right?
Yeah,
Year to date,
yeah.
which means 22 something. Did we switch equipment from gas to diesel? I thought we went the other way.
Yeah, that's what her memo says. So she says in here, comment about that.
Well,
I wonder if it has something to do with the,
She did say that.
when the truck came. That's all.
yeah, do you mind if I speak to
No,
that?
no, I'm sorry.
So we buy in bulk from mainland, I think with assistance from GP Cog.
Oh.
And so every year, a big 18-wheeler comes over and we fill the big fuel tank at Public Works for use of the Public Works equipment and the school bus. And the price was up when they came over. And so, and then that has a meter on it, so the school bus keeps track of what they use, and then that gets reimbursed back to the town budget somehow, and blah, blah, blah. Did that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. And then 3335 travel, is that Doug going back
Yeah,
and
that
forth
was my
on
question.
CTC?
What's the question?
What is it?
Travel 3335, is that Doug going back and forth? on
Yes,
CTC?
that's our second Public Works employee,
I wanted to
Doug
make sure.
Wallace, who lives on Westbrook, I believe, and parks and travels from Cousins Island daily. If I did,
And I agree with 4010, taking out the rental of the tractor. the purchase of a tractor, because we must be getting close to that. But what I will say is, I think we have to be a little more proactive as far as when we had our little tour, we talked about the different things that weren't being used and it's important to not have stuff just sit around and rust into the ground. I think we need to get rid of stuff or see if we can sell stuff, and that takes a little extra
Yeah.
effort too.
As you see on the back page of your memo, from Beaker and Public Works at the bottom, it has a lot of those things listed. The old black police cruiser, which we've got a few years out of, which is falling apart now. Bill Gray F-250, old truck 10 is the red Chevy that's sitting beside the salt shed, which Cumberland bought brand new in 2003, I think, or something like that. Bulldozer and the grader. I'm hoping that conversations with the affordable well drilling guy, Jamie, keep going about him helping fix the frame on big white International 99 truck in exchange for taking that grader away. Because the grass has been growing out of the grader. The last person that used that was probably my father.
I was gonna say, don't tell your
One of those, yeah, so, thank you, Jim. Keep going if you have more.
And then. So, barging, I have questions of, it was so high in the past, but year to date it's been down. Is that because of not having, like, the paving companies come out, or do we know why? It's
Most of that is from their material that they get to do road and stuff. And I know you'll see their year-to-date numbers for road material and all that stuff is down.
Mhm.
The reason for that is they tend to wait till the end of the year before they order most of their material.
Yeah.
They use up what's in stock right now to like fix roads and stuff like that, and then they order to refill itself, so, refill their stock. So that's why. That's why the bargaining is down.
Does that answer your question?
I think so. And then the other thing was, we wondered if Carol and Bob were ever able to do a walkthrough of Public Works. Yeah.
We had to reschedule due to Bob's illness, but next week, right?
Scheduled for Monday.
Tuesday. Monday?
Scheduled for next week.
Okay.
Anyway, go ahead.
That is wonderful. You all set? Go ahead.
In addition to all that, the only one I would add, this was the one that really got me going about technology. 2041 technology, purchase new computer with AV software and cloud backup. One-time fee, 2,500, annual fee, 602. That's just,
What's your specific comment about it?
a computer should cost us no more than $1,200.
Okay.
Annual fee for backup should cost us no more than $50. That's what those things actually cost. I understand the value of having. an
Same
eye-
comment you had with administration.
But this was the detail. So in some of the other ones, it just says multiple computers, doesn't say how many.
Okay.
This is the one that got me going. That just seems like way too much money. And again, once it's explained, I may understand it. I understand there's value to working with an outside contractor. But if you multiply that 2,500 plus six, that 2,500 versus 1,000 times the 5 or 6 new computers we're buying, it's a lot of money. I just want to know.
Okay.
Does it have to do with like being part of the network? No.
Carol, go ahead.
Yeah, it's IT managed services, so if there's a problem, they have somebody they can call, and I do think it's a good, I mean, I can't tell you whether Ion is better than another company, but it isn't the same. Speaking from my own personal experience, yeah, I can get backup services and I can replace my computer, but it's very different when someone else is helping you with the software, making sure everything's operational. You can call them if you have a problem.
Yep.
So I also think where we maybe need to look as far as technology is also cybersecurity, since other towns have had ransomware attacks. So I think that's a separate conversation about technology that we should have.
What she said is far more intelligent than what I said.
I'm just
because
saying, don't
she's
sweat it
absolutely
too
right.
much.
I wasn't gonna say that.
Again, it may well be justified, it's just the beta between what the actual equipment
I get
cost is. So I'm not gonna promote pros of change, I haven't put a note in, we already have a note in there, we just want to look at that.
Okay. Did you have other comments?
I did not.
Kara?
I guess in addition to, well, marine supplies, 3120, again, new area for me. I'm just wondering, it's been pretty variable. I would think that's kind of an important part of our public works operation. So it's number one, where does that number come from, and is that enough money? Is this for repair of the floats? And it seems low.
$3,000 seems low.
Does to me, but I don't know. I mean,
Well, this is
Are
just
we-
for repairs, right? And I don't know if they've been allocating the money properly in the right line item, so.
Go ahead.
I can't tell you that.
As part of that conversation I had with Justin, we also talked about floats, and he's been working with suppliers and looking at both the capital budget and the expenses, and trying to come up with a plan as to what we need both for maintenance, but also what we need for a long-term systematic refreshing of those floats. There's this number for repair, Carol, but there's also a capital number, I believe, for floats.
okay, so maybe that's, I guess what I'd like to see overall, and it's not specific to public works. And maybe it's because it's not here, but there's no detail about what the basis for these appropriations are, and especially when it's just a refresh from the previous year. Like for building maintenance, to your point, Bo, if it's building maintenance, I'd like to see like replacement in door in public works, building, or re-roof something, like, I kind of feel, and so, other towns have these request sheets that each department has to fill out that itemizes what that constitutes the non-ongoing costs, and I think we should implement those in the future. That's just the overall comment. I guess on road materials, because I'm not on, you guys are more, so 4630, just explain to me so I know what that's for and what our, because I thought, Mark, you were saying hold off for this upcoming year. So,
That's paving. Paving will be in the capital discussion.
so road materials, what is that?
Dirt,
Dirt for,
road dirt.
for
your
gravel
road,
road?
For your road and.
And that's a number
And
that
rip
makes
rap.
sense.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, that's not long dirt.
Okay, you guys,
so gravel and crushed gravel can be used for refurbishing and redoing the surface of dirt roads, along with a product called reclaim, which is basically ground up pavement. Those can be mixed, and you can resurface and re-crown and pack dirt roads with the right equipment. But they also buy crushed stone, and riprap is basically jagged rock that's used for placement of drainage and culvert areas. So it's materials like that.
okay,
I would prefer to see a longer term plan. Of we're going to redo Roy Hill Road, we're going to redo Littlefield Road, we're going to redo whatever it is.
Okay.
the dirt road. I would prefer to see a longer term goal along with planning for these types of materials. It's a bigger undertaking, but I don't want to just keep stockpiling material and hoping we're going to use it and ask for more. I think is what somebody just mentioned.
so my question is then, in the capital budget, there's paving, but that's only asphalt roads, so the gravel roads get captured under here.
Yes.
And I would agree that maybe that should be, that's a lot of money, it could be a capital item, and it seems like they should be combined. So I wonder if we shouldn't combine them.
Yeah, it's probably a symptom of the lack of a road committee and what their charge is and how it relates to blending into a road commissioner position of overseeing and planning projects. It's probably a symptom of weak weakness in those areas.
And I guess this isn't the time to get in, so in terms of the backup we were provided by the town administrator. You guys can explain, so it sounds like we'd be replacing the 1940 tractor, then we don't have to rent one, so we almost have enough money in the reserve, so it's not we don't have to borrow, so.
Can I make
basically-
a quick comment? Just in with reference to time. I would suggest that once you go up and tour, you'll get answers to a lot of questions that you might have regarding all those comments, I think. And we wait until we round two and go through it.
I guess, I mean, I don't think I have a lot of questions. The last one I have is about the plow truck. And I guess I'm a little confused by the description here, so maybe you guys can explain to me. I didn't know what she meant. For this license, Cumberland Standard broke, so we had to take a test on all of that. So, I mean, I guess my question is this a functional truck? Is it something we should? And I don't think that's gonna change if I visit Public Works. So I guess I was looking for an explanation of that, and then I just wanted to flag. I understand kind of the process here about the international, but I think we have to be careful that we, as a town, municipality, trade an old grader for work on a truck. I think it probably needs to be more above board of like, they get paid to do the work. And I don't know what the process is for our, we, at the school, we had to go out for whatever you call it, for bid for used equipment. So that was, I just think the way that's described is a little concerning.
Yeah, so I believe the select board, I hope I'm right in stating that, I believe we have the authority to dispose of equipment and town taxpayer owned stuff up to a value of $10,000. I believe we have that authority. I'm not saying that situation would warrant doing it that way. It may or may not apply. But I do know we've been sitting on some of this old equipment for a while. And, there's been discussions about whether we should keep it, fix it, sell it, put it out to bid. We can do all kinds of different things with it. I think we're accumulating way too many items. We need to get rid of some of them. How we do that can be a public discussion and should be.
And I don't disagree that we should get rid of them, I guess, but the only thing I had a question about, and it might be better to wait till Vic is here, is the last comment there on the truck board. So we can defer that for when she's available, but I am fine getting rid of old equipment.
Yep.
If it's not much. So no, other than that, no questions.
Okay. I just had, I'm sorry, go right ahead.
As a taxpayer, I can't tell what the priorities are for public services from this budget. And I would like to see what the annual priorities are when I'm asked to approve the budget, just as a taxpayer.
And again, without getting close to personnel type discussion, I will, again, in my opinion, it's an ongoing symptom of some lack of experience and planning in this type of department.
Understand, just wanted to bring the comment forward, and
Yeah.
I'm sure there are others who feel the same. They're asked to approve on warrant, they don't understand what is the work that the department is doing, and that is our focus, and we'll be spending this amount of money on just ordinary maintenance.
Yeah.
Because that would raise a lot of questions in my mind.
Yeah, agreed. I had one area, page,
We're at 3,200.
we are still on Department 3100. I'm on page 13. And it is equipment maintenance, 30, 40, almost $20,000 in 2021. We spent just over 11,000 in 2022. Budgeted is 20,000. I talked to Vika. I told her I was gonna recommend 17,000, which I'm doing right now. I recommend that line goes down to 17,000. She didn't seem alarmed by it. So what do you think, Bill?
I'd rather have the money there than not.
Okay. Jen,
I'll go with 17.
sorry,
I'll go with 17.
okay. Carol,
17.
my reasoning for this is not to try to keep this, cut this department short in this line item. I just don't believe we're using it all. And I don't like to over budget. That's my simplification way of looking at things.
And am I correct in thinking that we have some newer equipment that hopefully isn't quite as maintenance intensive?
We do in places, yeah.
Yeah. With
Okay.
It
everything
can still
possible.
break,
I know.
but don't forget the town administrator can move things around and has the ability to move things in other areas, back in another area by 10% as long as the total budget doesn't move. So Bob, while you were gone, we made a small adjustment, if you will, on page 13 to line item 3040, equipment maintenance. We took it from 20,000 proposed down to 17,000. Okay?
Yep.
Nothing else on this division, I'm assuming? Thank you. We will go to page 15, Department 3200, solid waste, 2023 budget, $211,887. Proposed for 2024, $209,377, down 1.18%. Bo is not here, we'll go to Jen.
Sorry, this is the only one I'm not ready.
That's okay.
Hit me.
I didn't have any comments on this one.
Carol?
Well, I think the big change is the suggestion of a seasonal attendant, which, you know, I guess is bumping up the budget by fourth. Is that right? Am I reading that correctly? So,
Yes.
and I think I'm okay with that. I think we probably do need more people up there. So I'm fine with that. I would be curious, where is everybody else good with that? I think it could be hard to fill that position.
Did you understand what you're talking about?
Line, sorry, 1010.
Yes. If you're asking the question, am I okay with that? I have the same question Mark does about COLA, as opposed to performance, as opposed to market, those kind of questions.
I'm speaking more to the suggestion that's included in the budget that we have a part-time attendant. I don't know from the presentation, and the question I have is how many hours that is. It's not easy to tell. So in other words, it looks like approximately a $4,000 increase in the wages budget, but I'm not sure what that.
We already had one part-time attendant, but now we're saying we have two part-time attendants, is what I was wondering about.
What she says here is that we have to hire a second seasonal attendant for Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. But I don't know how much time that is. So I guess
Yeah, it wasn't-
my first comment is I'd like to know what that is. I think I probably support it, but it's hard to know without the detail.
It wasn't specific, Carol was absolutely correct. It didn't say from month A to month B. It didn't give the hours per week. It didn't give a pay range. It didn't give any of that. So I'm not philosophically opposed to it.
Same.
I don't love the fact that we need to add more staffing. I'm never fond of that unless we can show that there's a real need and a benefit to the community and the operation of the facility. That would be another question. What would the benefit be to both? And, so, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but.
No, so I guess this is more like your comment on the harbor master. I feel like I can't. I guess it doesn't necessarily make any sense to change it because I don't know what to change it by. So I feel like that we need to kind of revisit. That's all I'm saying. Because I feel like we need exactly that information.
I agree.
So that's my comment on 1010, on 4655. Yeah, this is an annual, I just want to understand, this is an annual cost for chipping and grinding, and this is the affordable well guy that comes over. I think it's important. I mean, we are probably getting a pretty big chip pile. There is money available for give me a break,
Biofuels using chips as a source for heat. I've done some initial checking into that and got with
yeah.
efficiency main, it does not look.
Doesn't look good, okay, because it is a big cost, so I didn't know if there was a way to reduce that cost. And I think that there's a comment in here that, maybe we should start charging. So I don't think that's necessarily part of this budget discussion. My most significant concern is the line 5020 and 5110 is the, we've basically budgeted 42,900 for, I mean, you guys saw my comment to Vika and she said, yeah, I didn't give you any new information. So, for example, we have 42,900 for this year. We're already up to 38,700 and we're at half of the hauling. My suspicion is that we are barging more frequently. And I think we need detailed information so that we can be sure, number one, that we don't over budget, but also that we have enough. Because obviously this year, we're gonna be over budget, I think. So I think we need more information for this line. I did ask Vika for that information. It's hopefully gonna be forthcoming. So again, I think that one needs a really hard look because it's a big chunk of change. And then line 5130, hazardous waste, we did it last year. I think we could hold off I thought we were gonna say every other year. That's what I thought we said.
That's what I thought too.
So I would, and that's a lot of money, $6,000. I would wait until fiscal year 2025
So you're proposing
to remove
Zero.
6,000, yeah,
for line item 5130?
5130, and then,
Okay.
yeah.
I know you haven't had a chance with your comments. Do you mind voting on her?
I'm fine with that.
Bob,
I'm fine with that.
Jan?
You said 2025, so you want to skip 2 years?
No, so this is fiscal year 24,
Okay.
so for the next year after that, I think every other year is reasonable.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Carol, do you have more?
Nope, it was really, I guess how I feel is that I can't really address 5020 and 5110 without more information.
Okay, thank you. Bob, do you have specific suggestions or concerns?
I had 3040 equipment maintenance, 600. I'm just wondering if that's enough for the compactor services that we get. They should be, I requested that we have those looked at every year as either biannual or annual by that certain company. And since we rely on those systems so much, they should be looked at. So.
Who did you ask
Six-
that to, Vika?
The town administrator at the time, I don't know if it was Marjorie or something, when we first started talking about buying that compactor, when we started talking about that.
You don't know how much each inspection costs.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if Vika can look at that line item to see how much it costs, because I don't know.
Agreed.
4,000 building maintenance. I recommend that we put in $20,000 in there,
How much?
20,000. To
1,000?
paint the beams in the steel beams inside the facility. And 20,000 was a rough Yeah, I think the quote that we got was 18,000 2 years ago from a company, but it was limited as far as we had to rent the piece of equipment that they needed and all that good stuff. I think 20 to put in there and then whatever we need come out of facility maintenance and the capital. So I didn't know, yeah, to put it in there, put it in capital. I think this way everybody sees it, it's a one-time expense for it.
Bob, what do you think?
How many quotes did we get?
Can't remember, but I think we were gonna go back and go get, that's all we got was one, two, I can't remember. But I think we had to go back out to bid and get a proper quote.
Do we believe that the building is losing value or becoming dangerous, or I haven't noticed rust when I'm down there. but have you?
We had an inspection done by the state, and they recommended or told us that we needed to paint it
4 or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years
Been kicking the can.
ago.
We've been
And then
kicking the
Jenkins
can
knocking
down.
it down.
Well, I knocked it down too.
The state tells me had to.
I don't know if it was a state or the insurance. I can't, it's been so long that I can't remember.
I think it was an individual who came to look at how we were operating our transfer station from the state of Maine. That's what I recall. Jen?
I'm a no and no chemical. But I think that a lot of these things, I'm hoping that the new committee will be like looking into, you know, how to make it more efficient and, you know, whether or not something like that, kind of a bigger picture kind of thing. And one thing I wanted to comment was, you know, from all of the, you know, dumps that I've been to, you always like drive up to it and you throw your stuff down.
So it's tough for shrimpy people like me.
And so, you know, maybe in the big picture way out, when things need to be configured differently, that could be part of it.
Did you have more?
Did we finish voting on that one?
Sorry, I can't go on with it.
It was,
And I know you jumped over me, but I don't think a $20,000 one-time thing belongs in the budget. I think it's a capital item.
Probably. Go ahead.
the big landfill monitoring. I was wondering if that should be put in capital. It's every year. And then that way we can put a little bit of money in there every year instead of every other year putting 6,000, 7,000. It keeps the creeping up every year, so. Or wait, not 9,000, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Karen.
Having participated in that this year, I hope we don't spend that again. And I'm talking to the DEP about really reducing it, but also once I did it, we need to, it should be reduced, but then we should average it over the years. That's how I would it is an ongoing cost, so I think it belongs in the budget. But if it's 5,000 every 2 or 3 years, then we should just spread that out. Instead of a one-shot zero. It's just, so I think I could come up with a better estimate even before the end of this budget season. I mean, it's that we can incorporate it.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah. I'm fine with that. And that was it. Yeah.
So I don't have any recommendations of lowering or changing anything at this time. Item 5020, which is barging. I think you heard me ask our town administrator at the last meeting that we had, is she managing the barging schedule with our barge carrier? Because we had asked them at one point, you were at the meeting with she and I, to increase the number of trips because of the operational dysfunctionality up at the transfer station. And my concern at that time, right in front of the barge operator, was we have a budget number, so we need to be careful. We don't blow this out of the water and cause more problems with our concerns from the neighborhoods, running trips that are, excessive and unnecessary. So she did assure us at the last meeting that she has now cut back on the request for the frequency of the trips. So as far as our transfer station needs at least. So I hope that she's keeping an eye on that. Moving forward, maybe the transfer station has been outgrown by this community. I don't know what's going on. Maybe the economy has been so crazy that it has exploded with the demand for the use of that station, so on and so forth. Maybe we're mixing too much commercial with residential use. That's something that this group could take a look at as well. I don't know, but I'm not proposing to change that number now. The big number in here is the haul, 5110, and that's just basically based on tonnage and municipal solid waste charge.
So on that, are we confident we're not gonna see an increase in that charge?
I don't know the answer to that. That would be a better question to ask Triano and Eco Maine, probably Eco Maine, because with the way the market has gone back and forth, especially with recycling, I don't know the answer.
And do we have an annual contract with them? Is that, a 3-5 year what's our range?
Triano was a 5-year contract signed by a board that I didn't participate in. And Eco Maine, I'm not sure. I don't have any changes anymore.
The only thing with the hauling and stuff, hopefully we can get a committee together, the transfer station or the solid waste committee together, and then look at that and maybe make a recommendation that the contractors get their own dumpster, and that might alleviate some of those numbers. But
Please take a look at how we're doing with cardboard too. Any more questions or comments on this division? Go ahead.
Not to get into the nitty gritty, but can somebody explain the whole part about, the sand in the septic pump?
The what?
The sand in the septic?
when it rains, the dirt driveway, it washes onto the cement that's there, and then she has to wash, keep the debris off, and then keep the juices that come out of the things, and so it collects in that tank. I don't know if there's a requirement, I don't think there's a requirement to have a septic field or not for it. I don't think you can, because I think it has to be captured because of potential oil spill or something like that, so.
If the issue is that when it rains, sand flows onto the concrete, and then when we wash the concrete, that sand therefore has to go in the pit. Why don't we have Public Works dig a trench around the concrete so that sand does not flow onto the concrete?
I think it was mainly because we didn't want to step for some people, the tripping hazard. essentially.
Could you cover it with?
So there is solutions, so there's solutions.
So, I think that's something the solid waste committee can look at, but the solutions, there are types of filters you can put in that will remove the sand so it isn't in the pit. So that, there are solutions. I think, again, that's another thing. I'm sort of thinking back, I thought we did a pretty good job setting up, our waste disposal, considering that was kind of a big lift when we became a new town. I do think it's time to kind of reevaluate. I think packaging has, the amount of packaging statewide has increased. The state's got this initiative over the next 5 years to really kind of minimize packaging and put it back on the producers. So I think we need to stay in the loop on that. But there is one comment here, in that we maybe should think about some fees, and I think the solid waste committee should look at that, and the dumpster issue for contractors. And I think one thing to do, though, is to give yourself a deadline on some of those, so that you come back before next.
At this point, we need to get the committee together.
It's okay if it's just you for now.
Any comments from you for solid waste?
I agree, committee's needed, and I really encourage fee for service approach always, every day.
Yep.
And
Thank
then
you,
that-
Jan. Okay, let's move on to page 16, please. Department 4400, miscellaneous mainland. This is the contribution to the Cousins Island Wharf maintenance replacement fund. Last year was 22,978. 2024 initial was $23,897, up 4%. Comments, questions? Nope. Go ahead.
So is this number set, I mean, this is a fund we put into with the ARMA?
Yeah, the
And so
ARMA,
they set the number? Because it's up 4%.
It's an agreement.
it's an agreement that was put in place through negotiations with DOT, when DOT took the Cousins Island lot by eminent domain and agreed to put X amount into the facility over there with the road. And they suggested a formula of an amount of money put in. I think Yarmouth puts in like $8,000, something like that.
So this number comes from the ARMA? Or comes from sort of some, this,
Comes
the
from the
increase, the
yeah.
4% increase is some graduated thing that's built in?
Correct.
Okay,
Got it?
questions?
Yeah, so is that just like a yearly maintenance, or is that in some fund that there's a lot of money in it somewhere? And
There's a lot of money in it. We get a report from Yarmouth. It's in an escrow account. It's probably up to, I don't know, 400 grand by now. I wouldn't know what it's up to. But Vika should have that information from Nat Tupper.
that would be a good thing to look
Go
at.
ahead.
Jen and I have an assignment to work with coastal waters on some sort of recommendation as to improvements on the Cousins side. And it would be good to know that number for that, or we've been gathering information. And we were supposed to meet 2 weeks ago, but one of us,
He can retrieve it.
2 of us got sick. Justin's been out.
Yeah. Okay to move on. Next page, we are going to be skipping, which is page 17, which is Department 4600 contributions. The reason I'm skipping it is we are going to be taking that up at our next workshop on 2/25, February 25th, of this year, 9 AM. Any questions on that? Okay. Page 18, Department 5810, General Assistance, budgeted at $500 last year. Nothing expended, $500 for this year. Anybody got any?
So, well, I don't know, you guys should know, we need to have this, so.
Yes, we do. Most of our general assistance is through contributions to a payment goes to a council in the amount of $7,000, which they report back to us of how that gets used, not certainly no names attached, but specifically for heating, medication.
But the town, I understand based on what you, so the town does the eligibility part, and then the implementation part's done by the council?
I guess so.
Well, everything, from what I was told, everything goes through the council.
Well, Vika was telling us she did a general assistance application recently.
I think there's 2 different things going on.
Two different things. I think he's correct in saying that the amount of money that we donate to the council probably goes into what they call Samaritan Fund.
Okay.
And then I think that's probably held in-house and managed in-house, and then they report back how much they've used and where it went.
Okay.
Okay?
And there is a new program also, that's probably what you're talking about, that, for
Through
general.
the county,
assistance.
yeah, yeah,
Through the county, yeah.
yeah.
Is
But that's not on this page.
is everybody okay with, general assistance?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to page 19, Department 5910, Health Services, budgeted last year at $2,000. $1,500 was expended, and same amount proposed for this upcoming year, $2,000. Questions from anyone?
Why was it 1,500 and why are we doing 2,000?
What?
Is it, if the 1,500 is a part-time wage, why are we recommending 2,000? Is that a 33% wage increase or do we anticipate more? Why is it not 1,500?
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer that.
The actual for 2020 was 2,000 and for 2021 was 2,000.
I think she's just keeping it at 2,000, to be quite honest with you.
I don't know what happened. I can't answer that question either, but I thought it was 2,000 that we were paying her. It was like $500 quarterly or something like that.
It's a stipended position, I believe, Bob. But she may correct me on that, but I believe it's a stipended position and probably required by the state for stuff like swimming pool inspections and maybe restaurant water temperature inspections, so on and so forth. That answer your
I'll
question?
just make a note for her, just a question.
Yeah.
Why was it 1,500 last year?
Any comments or questions on this division?
No.
Page 20, Department 6200, Cemetery. Budgeted last year, $14,050. Same amount proposed this year, $14,050. Bo, go right ahead.
I don't have any proposed changes on this.
Okay, Bob, Jen?
It seems like year to date, I'm assuming it's not much because everything happens in the spring. I don't have any.
Bob?
No comment.
Carol? I'm good. Next page is page 21. This is your favorite, debt service, Department 6900. Pretty self-explanatory line items. Can't really move them or reduce them unless we pay them off. Any questions or comments on debt service line items or anything specific? Go ahead.
So I did ask Vika this question. She hasn't really provided the information, but I think that we will see more broadband principal and interest the way I understand it, but I'd like to know what that is. I think this is gonna go up from the way I understand it, because we only took a portion of the bonds. We could only get a portion of the bonds that we need for broadband. So anyway, just information need for that, because
Go ahead.
Just to follow on with that, I think like capital plan, we need to look ahead on these big items, not just what it is this year, but at some point in time, some of these die. At some point in time, some of these get bigger. And we kind of need to know that looking forward, not just 1 year. Quick comment to that effect?
Yeah, and I agree with Carol. We're gonna see more from broadband because the bond bank would not issue what they wanted them to issue because of the way that the co-signing and the loan structure was set up. That's why that happened.
right, so we need that in the budget.
Yeah. Any questions on that? Okay. Page 22, Department 7500, benefits and insurance. Last year budgeted at $208,735. This year proposed $189,673, down 9.13%. Bo?
Just wondering about what the decrease is in the fee and Medicare. Why is that 32% less?
And I didn't see it in her explanation.
That would be my only question, why the
Okay.
decrease? I mean, we hired a new town clerk, our town.
Seems like a fucking wooden speaker.
Yeah.
I can't answer the question, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Just,
Same question for Phil.
So I got that down as a question. I would ask the same question about workers' comp. I know it can go down over time based on performance. With Mimic, that's typically in the form of a rebate and also rate changes, but just wondering what the detail is as to why that is down $1,000.
Yeah, a good inspection and a good record from workman's comp can result in rebates and lower, I don't know about lower rates.
Rebate, yeah.
So I'm sorry, we can't answer these questions.
I got 2 questions recorded here. So, other than that, I have nothing.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
The 10-15, the pay raises, I'm assuming that is where those bonuses. Yep. Came from. And I don't know, I think you should say bonuses, not pay raises, frankly.
What'd she say?
So 10-15.
It should say bonuses, if that's what it is, not pay raises. And maybe that's just a trio thing.
make a recommendation to change it to bonuses.
I guess I would have a bigger philosophical type question. Let's just say we agree with 3, 4, 5% for the next year. Would this even stay in here then?
Those are 2 different things.
What?
Raises and bonuses are 2 dramatically different things. Bonuses are often used as a way to not give raises. Make it a one-time thing as opposed to building up the base.
That's why I'm asking,
Yeah.
first of all, I would not be in favor of having both in.
Right, but how are bonuses actually decided? Is that a executive session thing?
Go ahead, Carol.
No, I mean, Vika gave us the list of bonuses that she appropriated for this year. She does it, I believe this is intended to be a merit bonus, that's my sense. After she does her performance reviews, then she makes a decision on the bonus. I personally am not, I'm in Mark's camp, I'm not in favor of both, having both going simultaneously. This may have been intended for a post-COVID bonus that a lot of institutions, put out there where, thanks for hanging in there, but I don't like this approach personally.
Yeah, without making too much of it, I voted against it. It wasn't to say anything about our workforce or anything in that manner. I didn't like the approach.
How would you change it?
I thought it was a recommendation. I would assume the select board has to approve each and every bonus.
That's not how it was set up.
Set up by whom?
It's right here, it's in the budget. It's
The
been
majority
budgeted.
of the previous board.
So Carol, I'm not talking about the budget going, well, I am talking about the budget going forward. I just wanted to, so you're saying the previous select board made the decision to allocate this amount of money for the town administrator to use as bonuses?
At the town administrator's discretion.
Based on review.
And when was that decision
Starting
made?
in 2022,
Okay.
Yeah.
and I do think it was supposed.
And then it was more or less like it was something Jay suggested, it was just like based on their review plus like a Christmas bonus is what it was mainly.
So,
Yeah, and I think this is a larger discussion, but personally, I don't like this approach, and it kind of changes the whole parameters when people have different salary ranges and we're giving them a percentage increase of their salary, then we have this separate bonus system, which is a lump sum, which is irrespective of their salary. I just think it's also, we should just be more transparent. This is what your salary is being raised to. This is kind of like, not a hidden cost, but it feels that way.
I misunderstood what was going on there. I'd like to propose we make that number 0.
I agree, but like I said before, I could be convinced to allow a 3% cost of living adjustment to our employees. Go ahead.
So do you mean, are you sort of saying you do 3% if we do the 10,000, or you would consider something else if we eliminate the 10,000?
I'm saying that I agree that this number should be 0, and that if we're going to give people increases, either cost of living and or merit, however we decide that we want our town administrator handling that, and we okay the funds for that, I don't want it twice.
Two different places.
Go ahead.
So if we get rid of the bonus,
Yeah,
and then it's figured out as an increase, an automatic increase, with cost of living or whatever we want to call it. I question, how do you reward people for jobs well done?
that's merit.
Yep.
And I've been pushing for merit for a long time. And of course, if you're talking about results of specific performance reviews, it has to be an executive session because it's sensitive information, which is fine. Where my wife works, they give cost of living adjustments. I'm not a big fan, never have been a big fan, but I can go along with it as long as I'm comfortable that the operation is getting done and managed. I know that's a funny way to say it, but, so,
But I guess I'm looking at it as, they're her employees. And she looks at, by doing her performance reviews. And she did her performance reviews, and then she awarded each person, we don't know how much or whatever,
mhm.
a bonus, which to me, that sounds like that's merit. And
I would hope so, yes.
and how, if we agree that that's a good way to go, then how do you implement it other than doing it this way?
Well, you can implement it not in this budget, but you can implement it in each other departmental budgets by putting in whatever percentage that you'd like to put in there, which would be available to the town administrator after the budget passes, if it does.
So if you put it in the other way and it's like a 5% increase, isn't it, that's what that person's gonna get regardless of how well they did?
It's a good point. That's why I don't want cost of living adjustments as opposed to, so I'm open to what this board wants to suggest to ourselves, the public, and the town administrator. If we'd rather stick with an available pot of money, and we expect that pot of money is going to be available to the town administrator to hand out based on performance reviews, that's fine too.
Well, I'm just saying that
But not in two places.
obviously there was nothing in place before that bonus line for that town administrator to work with, other than the cost of living it. And they can't adjust that. That's what they're given.
I would agree with that. No. The town administrator gets to recommend labor line for each department. They can recommend any increase or not that they want to within that departmental budget, the labor line in that departmental budget. That could be called COLA, that could be called performance.
But they have to do that before they've done their reviews. So it has to be done, in order to have it in this budget, it has to be done, now. She has to make a guess at how much she thinks that she has to work with in the labor.
Yep. And a budget line is not an obligation to spend all the money.
Okay.
And also, in a lot of companies, your salary is not directly tied to your review. whether it's an annual review or quarterly review or twice a year review. There are structures called ladders that are specifically tied to job descriptions, where you know that senior public works employee position can range from $20 an hour to $40 an hour. And the things that determine where you are in that ladder are not just longevity, but it's performance-based. Longevity can have an impact in there. So I'm not suggesting we go to ladders. I'm just saying there are ways to look at this a little more discreetly and finitely. I think it's very difficult to manage people's wages as part of the review process. It's hard to separate yourself from the day-to-day relationship to the managerial relationship. And then the other observation I would make is that I'm unclear. I'm new to this board, but I'm unclear to what level should a small town like ours be pushing that entire decision-making process, both the review of employees and the wage review, onto the town administrator, and to what extent should this board be involved through executive session in those reviews? I don't know. I'm new here.
Yeah, for me, it's just, are we going to allow a pot of money to be available to the town administrator, he or she, to be able to reward, if you will, employee? Where are we putting it? Go ahead.
And I think to that end, like Jen said, I would call it merit bonus, and I would distribute it through the departments or something. I mean, the way it is right now, it's kind of not obvious what that is. And so I just feel like we're kind of fighting additional compensation and not making it obvious. I also, I'm not a fan of this, but I know that it was distributed in this fiscal year. And I guess looking at that list and the amounts, it's a little unclear to me why they were appropriated the way they were. So I want to hear, I mean, and maybe it's a matter of we review with the town administrator the recommendations prior to the distribution. Because I feel like, with Bob, a little bit like there should be more than just the TA kind of making that decision. And so if there's a process for doing that, great, but it's not like I know what it is.
Go ahead.
All right, not to bog down this conversation, but we hired the TA to essentially hire or recommend who to hire to do certain jobs in this town for the town. We asked her to review the workers that she hired. We asked her to monitor and, keep an eye on whoever she hires and whoever works under her. And I think that the board of selectmen getting involved in the reviews or anything like that, or the distribution of everything, I think it's borderline micromanagement. We hired her to do a job. We need to make sure that direct her to say, okay, we're not going to give you $10,000 to do that anymore. But she still needs to do the reviews. She still needs to do all that. Why would we get involved in her day-to-day business? I think it's not needed.
I mean, why we get involved is because it's the community's money. And I guess if there's a process that, I don't know what the process is. I see that it's something that's been instituted only in the past couple of years. I think it's odd where it shows up in our budget under benefits and insurance. And I think the reality is these become, I think it also can be very, in fairness to the town administrator, pretty small community. How do you administer those merit bonuses without just being, my senses, they were applied across the board as a percentage of their work hours or something. But I mean, I guess I'd like to have more information on the program and its purpose. I absolutely think there should be a way to provide compensation for merit, And I just want to understand what that is. So that's kind of, again, it's a more information situation for me. But I think sort of having a pot of money and no kind of criteria that I'm aware of, that's money that's coming from the tax base. So I don't feel comfortable about throwing 10 grand and not knowing how it's being used. That's honest. I mean, but to answer that
I
question.
understand your point,
Yeah.
but just
Yeah, I agree with both points. I think the process that's in place right now is the town administrator oversees the employees underneath that position. That's the structure. This select board oversees the town administrative position. And if we have concerns specifically about performance of people under her or performance of divisions or performance overall of the workforce of this town, those concerns need to be brought to the town administrator in executive session by this body.
Right.
That's the process
I
right
agree.
now in play, right, wrong, or in between. I just think we need to decide, I don't think this belongs in here, this $10,000, and I think we should make it 0. And then if we want to approve a pot of money in each division or separately from each division, then we'll do it. But I think we should be clear to ourselves, the public, and the town administrator, what are we approving for a pot of money? Is it to be distributed just across the board as a cost of living increase? Are we expecting it to be a merit-based system reported back to the board of selectmen in executive session? What do we expect? I think we need to be clear.
That's
So,
how
So a little bit more about why I'm proposing we take this one to 0. In my experience, bonuses are specifically tied to increased performance as measured by profitability. As a civic organization, we don't have profitability. Secondly, bonuses in the corporate world are often used as a way to avoid increasing people's bases, their base salary. And I'm proposing we stop doing that and that we focus on what is the right base salary, what is the right performance-based salary or hourly wage for each employee. And then separately, the contracts in similar fashion, but they're not employees. So that's why I'm proposing this come out of here. If we then need to add wage money back into each department, let's talk about that. But I'm in the same place Mark is. I don't think this 10,000 should be in this line.
okay. And do we feel that way as a majority? I do, and Bob does, I think, Jen, you don't, maybe?
I was just reading what Vika
Okay.
wrote back for Carol's question. This is the second year the town is doing this. This goes hand in hand with employee evaluations. This was suggested by Justin P. and he had a go with it first year. The idea is that town employees who have evaluations are awarded a bonus in December based on their evaluation. TA is the one to determine the amount. This year, when I did the evaluations, I made the deciding factor based on their ranking and performance in the last year. Attached is the shape breakdown.
Go ahead.
I think that's great, but I kind of want to see, I guess what I don't understand, I think she provided the numbers and she provided, but I guess I want to understand a little bit more about her criteria. Again, because I feel like it's community's money and I feel like it's a little bit hidden here. So I'm not against a merit increase. I think it's a good idea, but I wonder if this is a standard practice in towns. Because I'm not familiar with other municipalities doing this.
So Carol, when you say merit increase, do you mean an increase to the base salary or do you mean a one-time payout? Because this is designed as a one-time payout.
It could be either, I mean, I'm I'm fine for rewarding people financially based on merit. It's more complicated, frankly, if it's a salary increase than it is this kind of system. But I think in a way, it could be a better approach. But what I feel like I am operating in a void on how we are currently doing it, is everybody hourly or some people salary? And those kinds of things typically come into account. So I guess for me, I'd want to hear for probably an executive session what the process is. I'm not against, rewarding people. I think it's important.
So I understand what she's saying too. I personally won't approve it in two different places in the budget. So that's where I am. In other words, if this stayed in here at $10,000 for availability of the town administrator's discretion, I also will not approve a 2 to 5% for the cost of living adjustment.
Right. The other detail that I hadn't thought of until Carol just mentioned it was the concept of overtime.
But
Overtime. I assume that most of our employees are paid on an hourly basis and that overtime is compensated. If so, that should be figured into the overall calculation of what the package looks like.
They are almost all exclusively hourly, and as you know, time and a half is the law after 40.
So do we have consensus that this 10,000 comes out for now? Is that what we're saying? What are we saying?
That's where I am for now, because I'm not yanking the suggested amount for cost of living adjustment myself. I'm not saying I won't consider it. I'm saying I might not consider 5% as myself. Anybody else?
I just assume leave it in for now until we discuss it. Further. I'm not completely opposed, but I do understand. Did you say that the town, a municipality isn't not a profit?
Not
Thank you.
a for-profit organization.
Right, that's my contention. I think that makes a lot of sense, but for now, I don't want to take it out.
I'd take it out because no matter what we do, I don't think it belongs here.
I don't want to pick up.
Okay.
3 to 2.
Well, we're taking it out for today. I believe there's 3 of us. If we have to have a bigger conversation, likely in public, because it won't involve executive session qualifying material with our town administrator about bonuses as opposed to cost of living as opposed to merit, and we'll have that. Where did I leave off? Who was up? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just want to thank you for the conversation and to add some business perspective. So second level review, reviews and cost of living adjustment plus merit raises is absolutely industry standard. You have a second level review, so it's not micromanagement, but it can be perceived like that. So second level review is actually, I think, one of the biggest functions of the board, this board plays in the town. And that being said, it's very common to have merit increase and a cost of living increase spelled out as a part of the review. So we either offer cost of living adjustments or we don't, just this is a matter of policy. And the merit increase is very often reported separately and as a percentage of the current wage or the wage last year. So these are just standard practices.
Thank you. Were you the one that was up, because I'm lost at the moment, were you?
I started the whole conversation and then I think,
Do you mind if I move to
yeah.
Jen? Jen, you have other specifics on benefits and insurance, Department 7500. Sorry about that, we just had kind of sidetracked.
No, I did not.
Okay. Bob, do you have any other comments on Department 7500, page 22? I do not. Carol?
I just had the same question as Bo on the FICA Medicare, and then I wanted sort of confirmation from Vika, because she doesn't say anything here, that the health insurance number is, which, you know, based on a projection for 2024, because I'm surprised it's lower. I'm not hearing that from other people, that their insurance is going down.
I
So,
didn't think that was even possible.
right, and she doesn't say anything, but when I was just in a different board meeting and the insurance was going up 30%, so I'm sort of surprised.
So I asked Speaker specifically about that, and I also remember that when we changed town administrators from Marjorie to Justin, who wasn't here long enough, quite frankly, to get a grasp on things, because he got a better offer. And then we went to our present town administrator. There was a budgeting issue with the benefits. And she initially put in a huge budget number, she being Vika, because she wasn't sure.
Let's see, we went from 84 to 106.
And I believe that we questioned it as a board at the present time, and she went back to Marjorie, and with Marjorie's help and talking to the insurance people, she lowered it, but I believe that we've over budgeted on this line item. And I asked Vika specifically where we spent $93,000 shy in 2021 and $85,000 shy 2022, why we could not budget $100,000 instead of $103,000, and are we still over budgeting in her opinion? And the only answer I got was that number is based on the amount of employees that we have and what it will take to cover them. So I think the number is adequate, my opinion. I think it might be a little bit over adequate. That's why you're not seeing up by 7%, basically what you should be seeing. But
So, I mean, we must have a quote. Is there a way to get that information? Because what I'm looking at is a year-to-date, it's 58.8, which would make me think double that. I mean, there must be some verification or information, right?
yeah, that would tell you that it's $10,000 to $12,000 a month, basically, if you,
Right.
right?
But
And
is
so it's a good question. I would ask her to make sure that we're budgeting enough, or we're budgeting too much. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And maybe it's an employee went on a spouse's insurance or something, and that could be the difference too.
It could be. Any other questions on this division?
Can I just ask you to recap that question for me? What account number is that again?
Department 7,500.
Right, what,
Department 7,500 benefits and insurance, line 1210, health/life insurance. I guess the question is, do we have an actual quote? And is that number that she's got in there adequate, and has there been an increase in usage? How's that? Thank you. So now we're into school. We can skip over the school once you guys want to go back up to school, but we have to. Okay, so we go to page 35, Jen's favorite topic. Streetlights Department, 8,100. Last year budgeted $8,400. This year proposed same $8,400. Go ahead. Anybody got any questions?
Yeah, I think to keep that in there, geez, I don't know, we used half of it or more than half of it right now. So,
Mhm.
and then they just increased the electricity, so I don't know what they'll do to that.
Jen, go ahead.
We need to start shutting off streetlights.
Shut them down.
Yep, there's too many pass out headlamps. Definitely agree. It's,
Bob, go ahead.
Dark skies, I agree.
Are the lights we have in a few critical places, such as the stone pier and Chandler's, from a safety standpoint, are they the most energy efficient lights that are available today? And B, how can we engage in a study to determine where we need lights and how we get rid of lights? And
Yeah.
I understand the old comment about our kids are out on the streets after night, but the distance between the puddle of light that comes off of one street light to the next puddle of light far exceeds the size of either of those puddles of light.
Yeah.
So yes, people should have flashlights when they're out and about and walk on the proper side of the road and all that stuff. I agree that we have too many streetlights, and I would propose cutting this budget as a way to force us to do something about it.
Do you have a number?
$5,000.
Okay,
Oh, yeah. I'm all about that.
$5,000,
5 grand.
Carol?
So who's talking now? I mean, is that the proposal, 5,000, you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't feel I have enough information or preparation to cut it.
I guess I gotta really say that. And what I was gonna say is this is a good assignment to the climate action team, because number one, there's good LED replacement programs right now. So I think like the Stone Pier, which we probably all agree might need lighting. I thought that they were all.
They were all changed.
They've all been changed.
This used to be over $12,000.
But what Herb told me is that they were not changed to LED.
I thought they were.
No,
They weren't?
no.
If
So,
the intermediary energy efficient might have been something like mercury vapor.
correct. So
Oh,
anyway, my
I
suggestion
didn't
is,
know
I agree with the Dark Skies Initiative in general, and even Falmouth, I think, is heading down that track. But I think there's two parts to it. One is whatever we're gonna use, be more energy efficient, and then maybe a schedule for on and off, or what the new options are for reducing the amount of lighting, because it is a big contributor. So my suggestion is this board ask the climate action team to come up with some, ask the question, what do we have for streetlights? Are there programs to replace them, which I frankly know there are, with LED that will reduce our costs? And then what about a lighting plan, I guess?
that. Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
And
I
so I would wait, I would wait until they come back. I think they could do that before next year.
I just don't want to reduce it, that we have some sort of a plan of why we're reducing it, and what the benefits are going to be.
That's fine.
Any other questions on streetlights?
So are we reducing it or
I'm withdrawing my support for that and
No.
saying, let's assign
Not
it.
this time. Page number 36, please, Department 8300 contingency. This is the amount of money that the select board has availability to expend if necessary and or requested. Last year budgeted $14,000. This year proposed budget, same amount, $14,000. Questions or comments, please?
not? I'd like to increase it to 18,000. The reason being is the legal or potential legal action will be going into. I'd rather have a cushion
Okay,
for lack of a better word.
thank you. Bob? Proposed 18.
Agreed.
Jen?
I'd like to keep it at 14.
Okay, Carol?
Keep it at 14, and if it's legal, put it in legal.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of increasing it, especially just for one reason, that we may be able to make it through. Currently, if we need to budget specifically, else we should be budgeting in that specific area. So, any other comments on legal?
No.
Thank
You know,
you.
contingency.
What?
You know, contingency.
We're maxing. out.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, contingency. Where are we now?
3,800, page 37.
Okay, this is one of my favorite areas. Department 8,800, tax paid to Cumberland from the outer islands, last year, $48,045. This year, $48,048. This is based on valuation of the outer islands, mostly probably Hope Island, but it's based on whatever valuation gets set at 50%. Questions or comments, please?
I did check and it's the new assessment for the, based on the more recent sale, it
Yeah.
reflects the new assessment, so.
Okay,
we're good about it.
Nothing we can do about it.
go to page 38, Department 8,900, county tax. Last year, $171,517. She's got the same amount in there for now for 2024. That could change. I believe the basis for this is population,
I think it's a,
what
I think it's a form.
formula?
Right, and I do think that right now there's a plan to increase the budget.
I'd be surprised if this,
Right, so we just need to get an updated number.
yeah. Okay. And then, of course, the page after that is capital improvements. So I thank you for your patience and your preparation for today. Our next budget will be on February 22nd at 6 p.m. The town administrator will take the information that we've given her today with any of our changes, draft up the second version of our budget, which will mostly be obviously departmental. She won't be able to change or add to the capital because we haven't tackled that yet. Next big budget workshop is February 25th, 9 a.m. right here. Budget workshop, we will do the nonprofit contribution requests, and we will expect to have all of their financial reports with us beforehand. And then after that, we will move on to capital. So I would ask you to go over your capital improvement list. Also, she was able to dig up, I believe this might be your husband, it's got him written all over it.
Yeah, and Herb said he'd come to the meeting.
Yeah, and he'll need to explain this to me again.
Well, we've been working on it. And that is actually on the website, which I found. I think I should have followed. Anyway, I do think we need to reestablish a capital plan because we have some big items coming up.
And we have adhered a little bit to that as far as broadband upgrade and, facilities upgrade, roads and stuff like that. But a lot of it, we haven't really touched on.
Well, and one of the things that's come up even since I've been on the board is making sure that the descriptions are clear. And I think sometimes maybe we're constraining ourselves a little too much with the descriptions. The one, Indian Point was the one where it got complicated. So I think we should maybe revisit the descriptions and make sure they make their practice.
Oh, the straight face test of how the funds can be
Yeah,
used.
because I mean, got it.
Everybody all set for today?
Good.
Thank you for all your work.
Have a motion to adjourn.
Double.
Second.
Okay. You want me to send the notes to you guys to review them, or just send them out to everybody plus Mika and everybody?
Yeah, send it to everybody, and then, I'm pretty sure it'll be fine. If we got questions, you can ask during the meeting.
Good luck. Meeting again on Wednesday, right?
Jen,